Chapter 800. The cold lady had already escaped. At this time, Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian were completely surrounded, unable to move a single step in the demon domain. Because at this time, 5 people appeared beside the cold lady, 2 women and 3 men. The women were beautiful, the men were handsome, and they were all top talents. Endless needles, endless pills, endless books, endless trees, endless palaces, endless brushes. 6 experts appeared at the same time. They surrounded Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian. Originally, Gu Danjian and Gu Changjian wanted to seize the ice-cold woman's infinity needle, but they didn't expect to be surrounded by the enemy. The ice-cold woman had deliberately lured the 2 of them into the infernal domain, and then had long since set up an ambush to seize their infinity sword and infinity blade. I didn't expect so many endless treasures to appear and to be linked together. Gu Shengjian calmed down. He swept a glance at the surroundings and wasn't afraid. You guys aren't from the tranquil immortal department. You seem to belong to another force. I really didn't expect that another force would appear out of nowhere. If I'm not wrong, you 2 are Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian. A man walked out, obviously the leader of the 6. This man was dressed in green and was the reincarnation of the endless tree. He took the endless tree from the cold lady's hand, keeping it in his body, and spoke with assurance. You 2, you are from the Yonko royal family, with high status and power, yet you dare to be so despicable, robbing others, truly shameless. However, an eye for an eye. Today, as long as the 2 of you leave behind the endless blades and endless blades, I will make things difficult for you, and will let you go. How about it? With just the 6 of you? Gu Tianjian clasped his hands behind his back. The 6 of you are linked together. You can protect yourselves, but if you think you can kill us and take the endless blades and endless blades, that's just wishful thinking. Is that so? The 6 of us are just the vanguard. Master hasn't appeared yet. At this time, the cold lady cupped her hands and bowed towards the depths of the demon domain. Welcome, Master. Welcome, Master. At this time, the 6 reincarnations of the infinite treasure all bowed as if they were welcoming the arrival of a great figure. Master? Could it be the master of the sun and moon, Gu Tiansha? Perhaps only the lord of the sun and moon, Gu Tiansha, would be able to make these infinite treasures' reincarnations act so respectfully. However, Gu Tiansha was ambushed by Gu Chansha and is currently recuperating from his injuries. Have I fully recovered? Gu Tianjian was shocked. No, it's not Gu Tiansha, but another mysterious existence. Gu Changjian said, could it be that the world has really changed? Why are mysterious existences appearing one after another? In the eyes of Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian, a chaotic-colored throne appeared out of thin air amidst the demonic energy, and the surrounding demonic energy was converted into spiritual energy. On top of the throne, a person covered in chaotic armor appeared. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, or if there was nothing under the armor. This armor was also one of the endless 36 treasures, the endless armor. Who are you? Could it be the reincarnation of the endless armor? Gu Tianjian said. The reincarnation of the endless armor refused to submit to me, so I killed him. I took his armor as a spoil of war. That's all. The mysterious existence in the armor spoke in a voice that seemed to originate from the primeval era, but also from the future. It was hard to tell if the person was a man or a woman, or even a demon or a devil. I wonder which expert from the primeval era you are? Gu Tianjian's heart skipped a beat. His instincts told him that the person in front of him was telling the truth. He really did kill the reincarnation of the endless armor and take the armor. Only Gu Chansha had ever done something as cruel as this to Fa Wuxian. Primeval expert? In the supreme, ancient, immortal realms, how could there be such a tyrannical existence like me? I came from the future. However, my origins are something you all will never be able to understand. It's useless even if I tell you. The reason I came here is to correct the error in space-time, returning the space-time to its original state. The mysterious armored man spoke in a tyrannical tone. From the future? Gu Tianjian didn't believe the words of this mysterious person at all. He was silently guessing who this person was, but he didn't refute. He clasped his hands together and said, "Sir, may I know your name?" "You can call me Primal Chaos Emperor," the mysterious armored person said. "Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, why aren't the two of you kneeling before me? I can temporarily spare your lives and take you under me. But if you resist, I'll kill you right now." Primal Chaos Emperor. This person's tone is as domineering as the sun and moon. Compared to the Celestial Tranquility Bureau, the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha, he's even more tyrannical and tyrannical. I wonder where he came from and how strong he is. But I don't know how strong he is. If I want to force my way through, I can still barge in. After all, I'm the Sword of Infinity. Gu Tanjian knew that the situation before him was extremely dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer a fate worse than death. He was a little disheartened. Originally, after awakening the Sword of Infinity, he was in high spirits and wanted to fight against Gu Chunsha, Gu Tiansha, and the others. But who would have thought that a primal chaos emperor would suddenly appear and actually trap them in this demonic domain? It was as if he had just been in high spirits when he suffered a blow to the head. Kill! All of a sudden, Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian combined their swords and saber, slashing towards the mysterious armored person. Trying to act mysterious, and you still dare to call yourself the Primal Chaos Emperor? What a joke. As the Sword of Infinity and Saber of Infinity fused, they gathered all sorts of profound mysteries that could slay all space-time in the world and attacked the mysterious armored person. What Primal Chaos Emperor? A bunch of nonsense. I want to know what I'm capable of. I'm just a nobody trying to act mysterious here. Gu Tanjian activated the bloodline of Gu Taxian in his body. Naturally, he exuded an invincible aura. In the current world, the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Chansha, controls many great thousand worlds and established his own power. The celestial, tranquil, immortal sea, Gu Chansha, suppresses all obstacles in his path. Both of them have the bloodline of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. I'm also of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's bloodline. How can I allow myself to be captured by a bastard of unknown origins? At this moment, Gu Tanjian actually made up his mind. The bloodline in his body surged as the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's bloodline fused with the Sword of Infinity. In that instant, the Sword of Infinity seemed to have transcended the essence of something as it abruptly slashed apart everything in its path. That's right, that's the case. We're fighting for the royal clan. Both of us have the bloodline of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the Primal Chaos Emperor? Gu Changjian also activated the bloodline of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor in his body. Coupled with the Sword of Infinity, his strength instantly soared by several times. Audacious, the mysterious armored man was enraged. With a ferocious wave of his hand, the entire universe seemed to have collapsed, turning into pieces of shattered jade. His gigantic hand grabbed out from the shattered jade like a primordial devil god rushing out from the depths of chaos. Even the Sword of Infinity and Saber of Infinity were retracted. But Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian had activated the bloodline of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. Coupled with the Sword of Infinity, they could unleash a power that surpassed the original Sword of Infinity. The combination of sword and saber clashed head-on against the devilish hand of the mysterious armored man. With a cracking sound, the combined attack of Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian was actually sent flying. But the primal chaos throne of the mysterious armored man was also shattered into pieces. Good chance, let's go. At this moment, Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian met up, sword and saber as one, forming a beam of light that slashed apart the layers of time and space, vanishing from sight. Damn it! The mysterious armored man who called himself the Primal Chaos Emperor flew into a rage. If not for Gu Taxian's bloodline activating the Sword of Infinity and Saber of Infinity, the two of them would have already fallen into my hands. With the saber and sword in my hands, collecting the Sword of Infinity would only be a matter of time. What a pity. Master, what should we do now? The cold woman, who was the reincarnation of the Infinity Needle, bowed and asked, In this battle, we didn't manage to capture Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian. I'm afraid that the Celestial Pacification Department will be alerted and will be exposed. If the Celestial Pacification Department keeps an eye on us, our days will not be easy. The Celestial Pacification Department won't be able to find us. The mysterious armored man who called himself the Primal Chaos Emperor sat on the Primal Chaos throne of infinity again. That Gu Chensha really is powerful, but that's all there is to it. I'll devour him sooner or later and evolve. Gu Tiansha is still planning a series of things, but he's not even as good as Gu Chensha, so I'll have a chance to kill him first. Master is the true lord of the eternal world. Right now, Gu Chensha, Gu Tiansha, Patriarch Heaven and Earth, and the three Celestials are nothing compared to Master. Even Gu Taxian will eventually be defeated by Master. At this point, the 6 reincarnations of the Infinity Treasure all had fanatical expressions on their faces. Gu Taxian doesn't exist in the future, and he doesn't exist in the past. He just appeared in the present, and it's very sudden. The mysterious armored man who called himself the Primal Chaos Emperor continued, I was born here because I sensed his aura. I wanted to get rid of these outsiders and restore the present. I don't want the future to deviate from its course, or even cease to exist. If Gu Taxian and the Tao of Heaven fight, and the Tao of Heaven loses, then I'll cease to exist. I'll lose the foundation of my existence. Master will definitely succeed. The 6 said in unison, We vow to obey Master's commands to the death, and restore history to its original course. Let's go. There's still a dozen or so infinity treasures that haven't appeared in the world yet. We need to collect them one by one, and if anyone tries anything funny, we'll kill them immediately. The mysterious armored man who called himself the Primal Chaos Emperor spoke in a cold voice. With a slight movement, he and the 6 others left the demon domain. Once they were gone, the devil energy once again surged, filling the area with darkness. However, a person appeared within the devil energy, surrounded by glittering stars. It was none other than the Lord of 7 Stars, Zhubiya. He actually came from the future. He called himself the Primal Chaos Emperor, and he descended 36 years ago. In the Great Tribulation, all sorts of demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters have appeared. Chensha has long since caught hold of the auras of the Infinity Blade and Infinity Sword, but he hasn't been able to reel them in. In the end, he's managed to catch a big fish. His harvest is enormous. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. Apsid, hold down for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 801. Whoosh. Longevity God appeared next to Zhubiya. Longevity God's current cultivation has reached a state where he can comprehend Divergent. As long as he comprehends Divergent, he can advance to the Empyrean realm. It must be known that Longevity God obtained the 3 true God positions of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. His cultivation has surpassed most true gods of the immemorial era. Even Maha God is inferior to him in terms of foundation. Because he also obtained various cultivation methods of Calmness Immortal Department and comprehended its mysteries, he has a high chance of breaking through to the Empyrean realm in the future. Everyone in Calmness Immortal Department has the highest chance of becoming Divergent. Not to mention others. The former Divergent King Xing Qiongshi was completely refined by Gu Chansha into the Divine Land Gourd. Now the Divine Land Gourd also contains the Tao of Divergent. Sooner or later, Gu Chansha will thoroughly comprehend the Tao of Divergent and turn everyone in Calmness Immortal Department into Divergent, becoming Empyreans in the future. Damn, what kind of thing is Primal Chaos Great Emperor? Really, all kinds of ghosts come out. Longevity God also knew about the situation here. Last time in Desolate Dragon Gate, Your Highness was slashed by the Great Spirit God's talisman. That talisman contains the secret of Infinity Saber and Infinity Sword. Therefore, After your highness came back, you already know who the masters of Infinity Saber and Infinity Sword are. That's Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian. The reason why you didn't capture them immediately is because you want to catch the big fish. Who knew that you would catch 7 infinity treasures and some primal chaos great emperor? Primal chaos great emperor is just a gimmick name for this person. Zhuge thought about it for a moment, but he said he came from the future, which is worth considering. Regardless of whether he's telling the truth or not, he's definitely strong. He's no weaker than the immortal lord, Wan Xinshi, or any of the other old-timers. Furthermore, he's got some reserve power to back him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the reincarnations of these boundless treasures. The reincarnations of these endless treasures aren't strong enough. Their strength is far from a heavenly sovereign's. Even if Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian join forces, they can only contend with a heavenly sovereign. The longevity god said, "With my current cultivation base, I can even suppress the endless sword. It's only natural for them to be suppressed by that chaos emperor. Go all out to capture him," Zhuge said. He actually collected a needle, a book, a tree, a pill, a palace, a brush, and an armor. 7 infinity treasures are no small matter. With them, he might actually be able to collect all of the remaining infinity treasures. The Celestial Commerce Department has 14, the Endless Heart, Gu Tanjian, and Gu Changjian. Adding these 7, that makes a total of 24 infinity treasures. That leaves 12 that haven't appeared yet. That's a secret patrol. Our Celestial Commerce Department has 36 infinity treasures. In the future, when we open the Celestial Gate, we'll take the throne of Emperor of Heaven. That's the key to controlling the situation. Longevity God and Zhuge, you return from the Devil Domain to the Lesser Primordial Tree. Come on, let's go back and report this to His Highness. At this time, Gu Chansha was meditating under the tree, recovering his strength and comprehending the mysteries. His Highness, Longevity God knelt down on one knee and told him what had happened. Chaos Emperor. Gu Chansha opened his eyes. Interesting. He actually dared to give himself such a name. He is arrogant and is not far from death. He said that he came from the future, which makes sense. What's his background? For such an expert to suddenly appear, we really need to think about it. His Highness is really strong, so you will definitely be able to find his source. Zhuge frowned. I am still at the Tao Realm 36 transformations. He is at the peak of embodiment transformation and hasn't broken through to Heaven Venerable. If he can, then I will be able to deduce his whereabouts. There's no need to rush. Brother Zhuge, study the Divine Prefecture Gourd and familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the Xing Qiong clan's King of Oddities. Then, you'll definitely be able to comprehend the oddities and smoothly become a Celestial Lord. Currently, the Celestial Lord candidates of our Celestial Commerce Department are you, the Longevity God, and Uncle Wen. Gu Qinsha said, I'm currently integrating the Path of Divergence into the Human Dragon Fist. In the future, after cultivating the Human Dragon Fist from full to low-grade aptitude, medium-grade aptitude, high-grade aptitude, genius, unparalleled genius, innate sage, and finally divergence, everything will follow the same order. Everyone has the potential to become a saint, and that is already an act that defies the will of the heavens. If everyone is an anomaly, then everyone will really be able to escape the control of the way of heaven and completely change the will of the heavens. The way of heaven will have no room to retreat, and it will have to descend to deal with us, said Zhuge. That fellow who calls himself Primordial Chaos Great Emperor is probably a part of the heavens plan. At this time, Gu Chansha released a cloud of smoke from his palm. It began to spread out, gradually forming a picture. This picture depicted the first year of the Heavenly Talisman era. In the depths of the endless world, there was a place called the Infernal Continent. There was a huge dynasty with a population of hundreds of billions, far larger than the Central Divine Prefecture or even the Great Might Dynasty. This dynasty's name was Infernal, the Great Fin Dynasty. Then, one day, the Emperor's queen suddenly had a dream. She dreamed that heaven and earth were collapsing, the sun and moon sinking, and the world returning to primordial chaos. The end of days had come. Just as she was in a state of panic, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the darkness of the night. The light fell into her bosom, and then she woke up from her dream. Then, her fetal pearl formed, and she gave birth to a prince. After this prince was born, he was extremely clever. When he grew up, he quelled the rebellions in the four directions, gathered countless heroes, and displayed all the opposing forces. He expanded his territory, slayed demons, and governed the country until the weather was good and the weather was good. Then, he ascended to the throne. So this fellow is the emperor of the great dynasty of the infernal continent, which is billions of trillions of miles away from us. He actually came to the central divine prefecture to stir up trouble. So it was a lie to say that he came from the future. As longevity god Chunsha divined, such a scene appeared, and a cold smile appeared on his face. An uncivilized country. Although it has a large population, it's still far from being comparable to our central divine prefecture. How dare he pretend to be some primordial chaos great emperor to stir up trouble and destroy his country? This person is indeed strange. It's not a lie to say that he came from the future. Gu Chunsha stopped divining. The empress of the great dynasty dreamed of the destruction of the world, and a ray of light was born into her arms, giving birth to this child. His background is very clear. Actually, the past, the present, and the future Daos are all things that the heavenly Daos can control. Some of the old-timers from the primeval era have been revived, and some of the powerful figures from the future have been affected by the heavenly Daos and sent to this world. That's not strange at all. And this person is called the primordial chaos great emperor, so he does have some tricks up his sleeve. He does have his special ability, which is to extract all sorts of treasures from the primal chaos. He doesn't need world energy, and his extraction methods and speed far surpass anyone's imagination. For example, if I extract a treasure from the primal chaos right now, Gu Chunsha made a grasping motion. Immediately, a large clump of primal chaos energy descended. Then Gu Chunsha poured his world energy into it. The clump of primal chaos energy wriggled, and some of the impurities were squeezed out. Gradually, it transformed into a flying sword. The flying sword gradually shrank, and it gave off the aura of a pre-celestial spirit treasure. Countless runes revolved around it like stars in the sky. 6 hours later, the sword trembled and began to soar through the air. It was full of spirituality and could slay gods. This is an imitation of the limitless sword. It's very powerful and can cut through worlds. I extracted it from the primal chaos, and it took 6 hours. If it was an old-timer from the heaven longevity realm, even if it was one Senshi, it would take at least a few years, maybe even a decade, to create a similar flying sword from the primal chaos. Gu Chunsha said, but I only need 6 hours. That means my cultivation level is far above one Senshi's. He then waved his hand again, and another cloud of smoke appeared. It was a mysterious armored man who claimed to be the primal chaos emperor. He was also cultivating his artifact. In front of him, a small mountain made up of primal chaos elemental energy appeared. Then, he grabbed the primal chaos elemental energy from the mountain and refined it. The speed at which he extracted it was only slightly slower than Gu Chunsha's, and far below the old-timers like Wan Senshi and the Immortal Master. This person's cultivation is at the heaven longevity realm, but his usage of chaotic energy far surpasses that level. In other words, he can create many supreme treasures in a short time, which is why he calls himself the Primal Chaos Emperor. That doesn't mean he can truly rule the primal chaos. At best, he's just very close to it. He's very useful to me. If I capture him and refine him into the divine prefecture gourd and the little Hongmeng tree, our manufacturing ability will greatly increase. Furthermore, his thoughts come from the future, so he's even more useful to me. Gu Chunsha waved his hand, and a vast river appeared in front of him. It had no beginning and no end, stretching all the way to the end of time. This is the river of time, the path of time. It has been surging forward majestically, and we have built a dam above this river to cut off the water. Suddenly, a dam appeared in the middle of the river. The dam blocked the center of the river of time, and the future behind it began to wither. Opposite, hold down for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 802. Such a diagram is truly intuitive. Zhuge sighed. In this way, in the future, some tyrannical existences will have no way to deal with them and will perish. I'm afraid more experts will appear. No matter how many experts go against us, we will suppress them. We need to have the heart to dominate the heavens. Only then can we truly dominate the world, cut off the river of time, and mold the world according to our will. Gu Chansha waved his hand. I already know the background of this self-proclaimed primal chaos sovereign. His cultivation is actually at the heavenly longevity realm, but his strength is that he is very close to the primal chaos. Creating treasures from the primal chaos is very fast, and he doesn't need to consume energy. This is very powerful. However, I can completely suppress this person. This person is a dish delivered to our doorstep. With this person, our manufacturing ability will completely surpass the Heavenly Craftsman Institute, and we will be able to control the primal chaos energy. Then, Your Highness, should we set up an inescapable net to capture and kill this person? Longevity God rubbed his palms. You don't need to do anything. Maintaining the world's stability is more important than anyone else. Gu Qinsha said, we have fused the human dragon fist with a sacred dragon mantra. Spreading this matter is not an easy task. The most important thing for all of you is to do this. If this matter is done well, our overall strength will greatly increase. With the help of human path sacrifices, we can do all kinds of unimaginable things. We will do our best to do this. It is already our top priority. Currently, there are core members who have learned the sacred dragon mantra and have begun to condense it. We are all assisting them to cultivate the sacred dragon chi from their bodies, then circulating it around their bodies to improve their aptitude. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few months, there will be hundreds of innate saints and even more peerless geniuses. There should be more than 10,000, and geniuses can basically exceed 1,000,000. Below the genius level, there's no point, Jean Suebor reported. The number of geniuses under our command has already exceeded 1,000,000, which is already an impressive number. However, it is still an insignificant achievement. My dream is for everyone under the heavens to become geniuses before the 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman era. Of course, it must be the commoners who abide by the laws of our Yonko. Gu Chansha continued. Only by doing so would I have a chance to peer into the mysteries of the unseen world. Now is the end of the 34th year of the Heavenly Talisman. There's only 1 year left. After 35 years, it will be the 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman. Time is of the essence. I'm afraid that even if we have unparalleled divine abilities, we won't be able to turn everyone into geniuses in the world in time. Even if we were to create a large number of dragon-raising pellets, it would still be too late. Zhuge frowned. Then, when I personally capture that Chaos Emperor, our manufacturing ability will increase by 100-fold. Gu Qinsha said, after that, I will go to the prehistoric civilization of the Immortal Lord and collect the system of the One God. I will gather the 36 treasures, capture the Urwild's dragon sect, the Heaven's Sacrifice Decree, and the Primordial Chaos Tree. That should be enough to deal with the upcoming tribulation. Your Highness, you're going to wipe out all the heroes. Zhuge nodded. Right now, we're actually quite strong. We have 14 inexhaustible treasures, and if we activate all of them, we'll have twice as much power as that Chaos Emperor. The only problem is that Fong Lin can't unleash the full power of the 3 ducal dukes and 8 marquises. Whoosh! At this point, another person appeared in front of Gu Qinsha. It was the Grand Preceptor Wenhong, who held a cauldron in his hand. It was none other than the inexhaustible cauldron. Qinsha, refine my endless cauldron into your divine land gourd so that I can get rid of the fate of the endless cauldron. Only by getting rid of this shackle can I achieve true freedom. Recently, I've felt that my cultivation base has been improving, but I didn't know why. Now, I suddenly realized that it's this cauldron that has bound me. Now, with the help of this cauldron, even if I encounter a celestial master, I will definitely lose without this cauldron. Because of this cauldron has unknowingly bound my fate and made me carry a heavy burden. Uncle One, you've actually reached this level of enlightenment? This is truly worthy of celebration. Guqinsha smiled. That's right. The inexhaustible treasure can increase your cultivation base, but it itself is a shackle of fate. In fact, the inexhaustible treasure was born to prevent us from cutting off the river of time. In terms of fate, Uncle One, you and I are on opposing sides. Now that you've given up on the inexhaustible treasure, your combat power has decreased, but you'll be able to cultivate to the celestial level or even higher. As he spoke, the divine prefecture gourd appeared above his head. It rotated slightly, and a huge suction force appeared within the divine prefecture gourd, sucking in the inexhaustible cauldron. When the inexhaustible cauldron encountered the suction force, it actually began to struggle. Waves of resistance surged from it. However, when Guqinsha wasn't at the god level, he had refined the infinity umbrella and defeated the will of the heaven realm. Now, he was already at the sage level and was many times stronger than before. Even the inexhaustible treasure at its peak was useless before him. Even the dragon sect of the untainted world feared him, let alone an inexhaustible treasure. Therefore, even though the inexhaustible cauldron struggled violently, it couldn't escape the suction force of Guqinsha's divine prefecture gourd. Gradually, the inexhaustible cauldron let out an indignant cry. It became softer and softer, then turned into dust and fell into the depths of the divine prefecture gourd, melting the cauldron into water. The weight of the cauldron is something no one can question. However, the will of my generation can even mend the heavens and change fate, let alone a cauldron. With a flip of my hand, I can summon clouds and rain, shattering the cauldron and reforming it. Guqinsha shook the divine prefecture gourd. As the gourd shook, something inside seemed to break and melt, turning into a torrential river. Wenhong looked very relaxed. An aura emanated from his body. It was actually the aura of a divergent. After losing the inexhaustible cauldron, he actually comprehended a divergent and broke the shackles that bound him. From then on, his mind was free and unfettered. Naturally, he became an existence that roamed outside of fate. Congratulations on becoming a divergent, Uncle One, said Guqinsha as he put away the gourd. Zhuge and longevity god nodded repeatedly. Now that you become a divergent, you're not far from the celestial sovereign realm. It seems it won't be long before our celestial commerce department will have another celestial. The difference between a celestial and a sage is enormous. Mr. Zhuge, it seems to me that you'll soon become a divergent, said Wenhong, looking at Zhuge. It's just that you have some misgivings in your heart. That's right, said Zhuge. The Lord of Seven Stars' mission is to assist a wise ruler, accumulate merits, and then return. According to the will of the heavens, I should be serving under Wu Dangkong right now. But as soon as I was born, I chose to serve the Celestial Commerce Department. That's because my own destiny is in conflict with my actions. That's why my cultivation base can't break through. But that's not important. Soon I'll shatter my destiny, break the shackles, and become a celestial. Zhuge's cultivation base had already reached a critical juncture. He was well aware of his own actions. Shattering one's destiny wasn't something a magical treasure could help him with. He had to rely on himself. Zhuge's reserves were vast. He was already at the peak of the sage realm, the king of sages. Later, he obtained the true essence of the 7 stars from the previous Lord of 7 Stars, Jiang Gongwang. Logically speaking, as soon as he comprehended a divergent, he could become a celestial. Guqinsha could see Zhuge's cultivation base, so he waited patiently for him to break through. Actually, the Celestial Commerce Department's resources and techniques were far superior to any other sect. From ancient times until now, There had never been a sect like the Celestial Commerce Department that had access to countless secret magics and heavenly secrets. Ignoring everything else, they had the Son of Heaven's god bestowment art and the Grand Massacre god magic, as well as the dragon raising, dragon crafting, and holy dragon magics. Not even an old-timer like one Senshi could master any of the Buddhist orthodoxies. Neither could the three Celestials. With the Celestial Commerce Department's cultivation environment, even a pig could become a god, much less a human. Also, the 3 dukes and 8 marquises and Fong Lin haven't gained enlightenment yet. They're still refining their nascent divinities and will in an attempt to fuse with the endless treasure. If this continues, it'll be extremely dangerous. The deeper their cultivation base, the more difficult it will be to separate from the endless treasure. In the end, their personality and fate will be influenced by it. I need to persuade them to give up on the treasure and fuse with the divine landlord. That's the only way they can break free of their shackles. That's fine. Gu Qinsha nodded. His will had already seeped into the depths of the divine land gourd, and he suddenly pointed out, from the depths of the divine land gourd, a ferocious aura, one that could destroy all things, destroy all spirits, and devour all gods, emanated out. This was Xinqiangshi's own aura. Xinqiangshi, I'm going to separate you from the divine land gourd. Right now, your will is filled with a sense of unwillingness, but it's just right for you to abandon yourself and be reborn. Abandon everything and turn back. Gu Qinsha refined Wen Hong's infinity cauldron into the divine land gourd. At the same time, an umbrella appeared on his body. This was the infinity umbrella, which had also fused with the divine land gourd. After obtaining the infinity cauldron and the infinity umbrella, the divine land gourd immediately began to tremble. Wind and lightning surged inside, as if it were forming a new world. And then, Xinqiangshi's was gradually squeezed out. Finally, Xinqiangshi's was squeezed out, transforming into a clump of black smoke. Gu Qinsha made a grabbing motion, and a clump of primordial chaos vital energy descended. Form a human body. The primordial chaos vital energy squirmed nonstop, and a human figure was actually born from within. It was a body of flesh and blood, and it even had the smell of innate spirituality. This was a human body that Gu Qinsha had refined from the primordial chaos, a body of aconate numinous treasure. Chapter 803. Xinqiangshi, this is a new body that I've created for you. I use my methods and wisdom to refine this innate spirit body from the primordial chaos. It's like a living being that was born from the primordial chaos of the primordial era. Although I've taken away your original body and all your cultivation base and divine abilities, I've also freed you from your original shackles and allowed you to be reborn. Now, I'll fuse my bloodline into it. After you're reborn, you'll be called Gu Xingqiang. Gu Qinsha watched as Xinqiangshi's will entered the new body and spoke. The newly born Xinqiangshi opened his eyes. Gu Qinsha, you actually took away all my cultivation base? I was originally at the celestial longevity realm, and my body was the number 1 under the heavens. Now I've lost all my cultivation base and divine abilities. I'm just an ordinary person now, not even at the Tao realm. You've beaten me down to the mundane world. Do you want me to work for you? It's up to you whether you want to work for me or not. Gu Qinsha had basically taken away all of Xinqiangshi's cultivation base, turning him into an ordinary person. However, his talent was good, and he had innate spirituality. Plus, he still had his memories, so his cultivation speed was extremely fast. All of your cultivation base is actually filled with a fiendish nature and a type of sin. Right now, I have to erase all of that sin. Only then can you truly surpass the celestial longevity realm and reach the celestial origin realm. Understand? Gu Qinsha, you're afraid that my will residing in the divine prefecture gourd will threaten your creation of magical treasures, aren't you? Xinqiangshi laughed coldly. Now that you've removed my will, you've truly gained control of the divine prefecture gourd. There's no longer any threat. This divine prefecture gourd uses my original body as its foundation. After absorbing the inexhaustible cauldron and inexhaustible umbrella, it'll definitely have unparalleled accomplishments in the future. I can already tell that you'll be absorbing other inexhaustible treasures. Not bad. Gu Qinsha nodded. Xing Xiongshi, if you're willing to stay with the calming immortal department, I won't chase you away. You can stay here and cultivate in peace. The calming immortal department will provide you with all the resources you need. With your memories, you'll be able to cultivate to a very high level very quickly. Of course, you've never been truly weak since you were born. I'll let you cultivate from the beginning. It's to help you solidify your foundation, which is very beneficial to your cultivation. In any case, no matter what you say, I will definitely take revenge. Xing Qiongshi said. Take him away. Gu Qinsha waved his hand and said to Heavenly Lord Martial Saint, Mr. Martial Saint, I'll leave this Gu Xingqiong to you. Let him cultivate together with the martial monarch. I'll keep an eye on this matter. Xing Qiongshi is a domineering existence. Even though he's just a reincarnated will, his cultivation speed is far faster than the reincarnations of countless old-timers. Heavenly Lord Martial Saint nodded. I know what you mean, Minister. I'll teach these two well. I'll even pay attention to Fa Wuxian. Although they've lost their treasures, their destiny is still there. Perhaps when the world changes, they'll undergo all sorts of incredible transformations. That would be for the best. Gu Qinsha rose to his feet. I'm going to go have a chat with that primal chaos Grand Emperor. What ability does that little emperor of a kingdom outside of civilization have the guts to call himself Primal Chaos Grand Emperor? That title can only be supported by destiny. Otherwise, he'll be dead. Primal Chaos Grand Emperors aren't a match for you, Minister. Heavenly Lord Martial Saint laughed. That guy talks big, but he's only at the heavenly longevity realm. Add in the destiny of the burning empire, and that's why he calls himself Primal Chaos Grand Emperor. However, he doesn't control the central divine prefecture, so he's just a king of grass. He's nothing special. Thanks to the workings of the heavens, he came from the future and reincarnated into the present. He can't be underestimated. Gu Qinsha said, however, I can subdue his 7 treasures and refine them into the divine prefecture gourd. In this way, the divine prefecture gourd's power will be comparable to the desolate dragon sex heaven sacrificial talisman, the primordial chaos tree. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha's body disappeared. He'd locked onto the primal chaos Grand Emperor's position. In truth, the primal chaos Grand Emperor's true name was World Incineration. When he'd first descended into the world, he'd had the momentum to incinerate all worlds. Gu Qinsha moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he'd left the central divine prefecture and even the wildlands. The incineration continent was beyond the wildlands. There were mountains of flame and lava everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even birds would find it difficult to cross. After passing through these mountains of flames and seas of lava, one would arrive at the land of dense fog. It was unknown how many trillions of miles in circumference. It was completely shrouded in dense fog, and the magnetic field was extremely chaotic. Once one entered the fog, one wouldn't be able to see the sky above or the earth below. Everything was upside down, and it was unknown how many experts had been trapped in the fog and eventually died. After passing the zone of mist, there was a chain of mountains, a barrier of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Then, after passing through countless mountains, he reached the zone of hurricanes. Countless hurricanes swept about, accompanied by spatial tears that covered countless layers of space. Then he continued onward, passing through enormous oceans, lightning regions, poison swamps, and dozens of other continents before he reached the incineration continent. Basically, even gods wouldn't be able to fly from the central divine prefecture to the incineration continent without hundreds of years. This was because there were many spatial barriers and space-time mists in between. But Gu Qinsha didn't care about that. His cultivation base and battle prowess were already above the heavenly longevity realm. In a one-on-one fight, the great spirit god, who had devoured the voodoo ancestor and the primordial heart devil, was the strongest of the heavenly longevity realm. And yet, he still wasn't a match for Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha had already gained enlightenment of the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven in battle. He had taken the Son of Heaven's God-sealing art a step further, combining the Tao of Heaven Mending and the Tao of Heaven Reformation into his fist technique. By fusing the two Taos into the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven, he had gained enlightenment of both. His fist technique was unpredictable, and he could slay saints and gods with a single thought. His speed had reached a point where he could ignore distance and space-time. In just a few hours, he had arrived at the incineration continent. The incineration continent was extremely vast, with magnificent mountains and rivers, a pleasant climate, and fertile soil. Legend had it that in ancient times, an enormous mountain of chaos had descended from the sky and burned to nothing, turning into dust that covered the land. Finally, the dust settled and formed a thick crust, which was how the incineration continent came to be. Gu Qinsha landed directly in the capital of the continent. The capital was built entirely of enormous stone, and it was flat and smooth. Although it couldn't compare to the old capital of the Central Plains, it was still very prosperous. However, compared to the Central Plains, it still had the feel of an ancient dynasty. The Central Plains was now filled with skyscrapers, airships flying about in the sky, trains rumbling along the ground, and teleportation portals coming and going. It was like a scene from the heyday of mechanical civilization. That was why the Great Burning Empire had hundreds of billions of people on the incineration continent, but it didn't even have a tenth of the destiny of the Central Plains Yonko. Aside from that, the Tao realm experts of the entire imperial court were far inferior to the Yonko. If the two countries went to war, the Yonko could destroy the Great Burning Empire hundreds of times over without batting an eye. It had to be said that the Central Plains' fortuitous encounters had been going on for more than a decade, and countless people had obtained ancient treasures and pills. Even farmers could obtain immortal treasures just by farming. Moreover, Gu Qinsha had fused the dragon-raising technique into the human dragon fist, which was unpredictable and could improve one's talent. The Great Burning Empire didn't have this advantage. As he walked along the streets, he saw all sorts of wanderers galloping about on horseback. Taverns and brothels were bustling with activity, and music and dance could bewitch the hearts of the people. It was a bustling world. In comparison, the Central Plains pace was too fast. Everyone was bitterly cultivating and fighting the demons, while life here was slow and comfortable. It was the ideal ancient dynasty. Gu Qinsha had a different style. The current Central Plains had actually broken away from the ancient dynasty civilization model. Instead, it was a combination of immortal Tao civilization and prehistoric mechanical technology civilization. This was what Heavenly Talisman needed. Heavenly Talisman 36 years. The calamity is coming. I think this burning world will think of a way to increase the country's strength. He can continuously extract treasures and pills from the chaos to increase the quality and strength of the people. The power of worship will also increase greatly. I think he's collecting endless treasures for the same reason. Endless treasures can use the power of the heaven realm, allowing the extraction of materials from the chaos to be faster. Gu Qinsha's divine will spread out slightly, and he had already grasped the aura of Burning World, who called himself Chaos Emperor. At that moment, Burning World was in the capital city's palace. He was still covered in the endless armor, and no one could see his true appearance. His 6 subordinates were 3 men and 3 women. Endless Needle, Pill, Brush, Gong, Tree, and Book. They all stood under the emperor's throne. Apart from them, there were a few eunuchs and cabinet ministers. Your Majesty, you came back to strengthen the country's luck. A cabinet minister walked up and reported, I've already written a report with a few clumsy suggestions. This cabinet minister was a middle-aged man who gave off an elegant aura. However, his cultivation was actually the God Realm, a God Realm expert. He was also at the Tao Realm 32 transformations, one thought connecting to heaven. He was just a step away from becoming a saint, but his talent hadn't been able to break through. I went to the Central Plains, the center of the 10,000 worlds. I saw the Yonko court that now occupies the Central Plains. It was shocking. Although the Yonko's population is less than a tenth of ours, their luck is dozens of times more than ours. Their overall talent far exceeds our numbers. The burning of all worlds let out a shrill voice. The divine central continent is indeed the center of all worlds. Even though our burning of all worlds is extremely fertile, it can't compare to the divine central continent. So we must occupy it. The great calamity is upon us, and whoever can occupy it will have the upper hand. Chapter 804. Burning World, who claimed to be the great emperor of chaos, had always been hidden inside the inexhaustible armor. Just like once Senshi, he wore a loose robe and a bronze mask, making it impossible for others to see his true face. Your Majesty, we're too far away from the divine central continent. Even gods can't reach it. Only a celestial master can pass through the layers of barriers and reach the divine central continent. But even then, only one person can pass through. It's impossible to bring the entire empire with him. Another cabinet minister walked up and reported, "Of course, your Majesty's cultivation is invincible, and you could easily store all the citizens of the empire into your own world and then bring them to the Central Plains to settle down. But this would cause chaos in the empire's operations. Not only would the karmic luck decrease, but there would also be no place near the Central Plains that could accommodate so many citizens. Furthermore, how could he allow others to sleep soundly on his sidebed? The Yonko of the Central Divine Prefecture will definitely not let us off." This cabinet minister was actually a saint. Even the saints had to bow down to the burning world. Now that the world is peaceful, there are actually many people who are unwilling to leave their homes. Naturally, I can't force them to migrate. Otherwise, they will definitely resent me in the depths of their hearts. In this way, the power of sacrifices and the destiny of the country will produce something that is not beneficial to me. The gains do not make up for the losses. Burning all realms was well versed in the art of governing a country. I've already made arrangements. I've collected 7 boundless treasures, and when they're combined, they can draw upon a portion of the celestial realm's power. That way, we can open a teleportation portal and teleport from here to somewhere outside of the divine central continent. Then, you can encourage the people, saying that the divine central continent has endless wealth, and that everyone should go and plunder it. Right now, our imperial court is too comfortable and doesn't pose any threat. Over time, the people's hearts will be corrupted, and the power of worship will be scattered. The morale of the people will be low, and the fate of the nation will be at ease. Danger will arise. The Central Divine Prefecture is currently being invaded by the barbarian tribe from the outside and the devil tribe from the inside. The immortal Tao and demon Tao are constantly causing trouble. As a result, everyone is in high spirits, and their karmic luck is naturally 100 times stronger than ours. As the saying goes, we live in hardship and perish in peace. We live in hardship and perish in ease. Your Majesty's words are truly deafening. Another cabinet minister said, "If we fight against the Yonko of the Central Divine Prefecture, it will definitely stimulate the common people's desire to cultivate and strengthen the nation, allowing the world to shine with vigor and vitality once more. However, the people of the Central Divine Prefecture are all valiant, and we're no match for them at all. If we launch a large-scale invasion, our country's karmic luck will be far inferior to that of Yonko." Meanwhile, the icy, cold woman from the Endless Needle hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, I've wandered the world, and the people of the Central Divine Prefecture are thousands of times stronger than our kingdom." "I know that too." The Burning World said, "That's why we have to invade, and we have to start nurturing elites. We have to gather experts first, and then we can destroy and plunder them. In addition, I will start creating a large number of treasures. My advantage is that I can extract countless treasures from the primal chaos. Over the past few days, I've been researching endless treasures and with my countless experiences, I've finally created a set of armor." As he spoke, a clump of primal chaos energy descended, wriggling about. After a few dozen breaths worth of time, a primal chaos-colored armor appeared. The armor was ancient, and there were many runes flowing on its surface. Powerful defensive and offensive powers were born from it. "This is," a cabinet minister said in shock, "Your Majesty, the power of this armor is comparable to the strength of a Tao realm transformation 27. "That's right. I created this armor, and I named it the Chaos Armor." The Burning World said, "This armor has the ability to rip open space, and the key is that when a normal person wears it, they can also use strong combat strength. Apart from that, this armor can also help one cultivate. The Celestial Calmness Department's dragon armor can't compare to my Chaos Armor." "Your Majesty, can this armor be mass-produced?" The Saint Rank cabinet minister said, "I've just observed that His Majesty needs a few dozen breaths of time to create one of these suits of armor. If that's the case, then even if His Majesty works day and night, it's still a drop in the bucket for our entire country." It's said that the Divine Central Continent's human dragon armor was created by a small primordial tree. This tree's manufacturing ability is extremely formidable, and it can instantly condense millions of suits of armor. Moreover, a country's strength doesn't depend on the emperor crafting treasures to replenish the treasury, but on the people's own production ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ruling the country, but raising pigs. The Yonko officials of the Central Divine region have some research and heard about it. They are split into the Celestial Craft Department, which creates all sorts of machines from the prehistoric civilization. The Celestial Calmness Department spreads the Celestial Path civilization. They will then lead the people to fight against the demon race and barbarian race to produce and evolve. That way, the atmosphere and strength of the people will be totally different. "That's a good idea," Fanwanja said. Burning World said, "I'm also preparing to refine something similar to the Little Hongmeng tree. It can absorb the chaotic chi and create various treasures. I already have people under me who have reincarnated from the Endless Tree. Based on this tree, I can create something that surpasses the Little Hongmeng tree. How about this? The 6 of you will contribute your own endless treasures, and I'll use them to refine a world-shaking treasure." "Yes, sir." The 6 of them didn't hesitate at all, and all of their endless treasures flew up into the air. Endless needle, pill, tree, book, brush, palace. The 6 boundless treasures exploded with immense power in the air. At this moment, the boundless armor on Fon Wanja's body flew up and gathered in the air with the 6 boundless treasures. It squirmed nonstop, and a huge amount of celestial realm power boiled. 7 endless treasures combined. Each endless treasure could be combined, and the more of them there were, the more power they could wield, and the more celestial power they could wield. Now that the 7 endless treasures were gathered together, their power was simply earth-shattering, and they could travel to any place in the endless world. After Fon Wanjia took off the endless armor, he still didn't reveal his true appearance. His entire body was covered in primal chaos energy, and his true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He was constantly activating his power, trying to combine the 7 treasures into one. At this time, all the court officials and eunuchs in the palace retreated. By condensing these 7 endless treasures, we can open the teleportation formation and strengthen the fate of the country. It's a pity that we didn't manage to capture the Endless Blade and Endless Sword this time. Otherwise, we could combine the 9 treasures into one, and it definitely wouldn't be like this. Fanwan Jia was very dissatisfied. It's all our subordinates' fault. The 6 of them hurriedly knelt down. Logically speaking, the 6 of them should be furious that their endless treasures were taken away, but they're still so loyal. What kind of charm does Fanwanjia have? The reincarnated endless treasures are all indomitable beings, but they are actually slaves. My tranquil immortal department's endless treasures reincarnated. The 3 dukes and 8 marquises, Fong Lin, are all peerless kingdom scholars, much less Wen Hong. Gu Qinsha had long locked onto the aura of Chaos Emperor Fen Wanjie. He snuck into the palace and watched as Fen Wanjie held a meeting with his subordinates. Fen Wanjie actually wanted to lead his subordinates to open the teleportation formation and attack Yanko. Gu Qinsha laughed coldly in his heart. In Gu Qinsha's opinion, the combined strength of the Great Burning Dynasty was far too weak, and it wasn't enough to pose a threat at all. It could be said that as long as the burning world was sealed, suppressed, and refined, the entire imperial court would basically collapse, and they wouldn't be able to control a large country with a population of hundreds of billions. He had just observed the overall situation of the country. The entire Great Fen Dynasty was indeed very strict, and there were no opposing factions. However, there were experts hidden among the people, and there were many who had the Flood Dragon Chi. As long as there were no tyrannical overlords to suppress them, these people would take advantage of the situation to rise and throw the world into chaos. Who knew how many would be crowned emperor? How many would be crowned king? However, Gu Qinsha had no interest in controlling the Great Fen Dynasty. Even if there were 200 billion people here, if things went well, after a few decades, Gu Qinsha could once again gather a huge amount of faith and worship. The country and population here was a huge fortune to any expert, but Gu Qinsha didn't have the time now. What he needed to do was to circulate the chi of the tens of billions of people in the divine central plains in Yanko well, so that everyone was a sage and everyone was an anomaly. This required a great deal of power. Moreover, in the endless world, there were many countries like the Great Fen Dynasty, as many as the hairs on a cow. When Gu Qinsha opened the door to heaven and became Emperor of Heaven, he would naturally be able to control every corner of heaven and then gather countless courts. As a true supreme existence, the hearts of the people would be united, and the people would be united. Right now, he was far from being able to do this. This burning of all worlds is refining an artifact. I could have just taken it away, but there's no need for that. Moreover, this person's true secret hasn't been forced out. At this moment, Gu Qinsha suddenly revealed his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he appeared like a demon king. Incinerate the myriad realms. Your puny kingdom dares to plot against my central divine prefecture? Don't you think your ambitions are too great? Moreover, you even schemed to capture Gu Danjian and Gu Changjian. Those two are members of the imperial family, so you've already broken the law. Do you understand? Gu Qinsha looked at the 7 celestial treasures, and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't immediately take them. Gu Qinsha. At this time, the burning of all worlds hidden in the chi of primal chaos continued to condense and didn't stop. I knew you would come. Your Celestial Tranquility Department's methods are indeed extraordinary to be able to lock onto my position. Even with my cultivation and profundities, I can't escape your calculations. But this is also my scheme. I lured you here. Do you understand? Chapter 805. Oh, I've fallen for your scheme. Tell me, what scheme have I fallen for? Gu Qinsha was able to deal with the words of the great Chaos Emperor, burning myriad world, with ease. This was because at his level of cultivation, all schemes and plots were useless. Ever since he defeated the will of the heaven realm and became a god, he had basically embarked on the path of conquering the world. Moreover, he wasn't a god now, but a saint of an even higher level. His Saint Heart of Truth was the most powerful one in history. You won't be able to escape today. I've long since calculated that you'll come to me. Burning World sat on his throne, allowing the 7 endless treasures to condense and transform. He looked at Gu Qinsha as if he were looking at a table of delicacies. As long as I capture you and refine you, I'll be able to completely occupy the Central Plains. People say that the son of a rich family should not sit under his roof. As the ruler of the Central Plains, you actually went to such a dangerous place. How foolish. This is a dangerous place? Why don't I feel that way? Gu Qinsha smiled. At best, this is just a place for leisure and entertainment. As for you, Xiaoyan. You're only at the heavenly longevity realm. You're extremely close to the chaos and can create things from it without wasting energy. This method is used to operate, not to fight. If I want to capture you, I can do so in an instant. You. Suddenly, Burning World was shocked. How did you know? Are you surprised that I know your name in the future? Burning World is just your name when you reincarnated here. Your real name in the future is Xiao Yan. Gu Chunsha had it all under control. You underestimate me. I've already grasped your past and future in my heart. That's why I've come to find you. However, I'm very curious as to what methods you have. You dare say that you want me dead? You should know my strength. Ignorant. An obvious cold smile appeared on Burning Undying Realm's face. His eyes were like those of an eagle, high and mighty. He looked at Gu Chunsha as if he were a plump rabbit and a mouse. This burning, undying continent, the entire empire, and the hundreds of billions of people are all a trap. You've already fallen into it. Do you know? Tell me, if I sacrifice all the citizens of the empire, will you die under the power of a single attack? Right now, the incineration continent has completely become a huge trap and killing formation. Gu Chunsha looked around. The skies suddenly darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if a huge pot lid had fallen over them. Your Majesty. At this moment, when the few cabinet ministers saw this, they were also extremely astonished. Even though they were all divine-level experts and there was no lack of sages, they were still extremely astonished by the crazy idea of burning the myriad realms. Burning the world actually wanted to burn the hundreds of billions of people on the continent, as well as the entire continent, as a sacrifice, using the power of the sacrifice to kill Gu Chunsha in one fell swoop. Shut up. Burning the myriad realms laughed coldly. At this moment, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. I'm the Emperor, and the entire world belongs to me. If the Emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. I've already set up a great formation, and it has been operating for decades, all for the sake of one day playing a critical role. Now that I have activated the formation, the incineration continent is about to be destroyed and sacrificed to the chaos. Initially, this incineration continent was a part of the endless mainland. If I were to use this continent and all the living beings within it as a sacrifice to the chaos, I would definitely have to suffer from the backlash of the endless mainland. Perhaps I might even be killed by the backlash of the endless mainland before I could even complete the sacrifice. But now that I have a few endless treasures, I should be able to eliminate this backlash perfectly. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, an endless chaotic aura descended. The ground seemed to be collapsing, and the citizens were crying. The depths of the incineration continent had encountered an unprecedented disaster. This was a calamity that would destroy the world. Burning the myriad realms had set up the incineration continent decades ago, and had already secretly set up the entire continent and the entire empire with a formation, just like how the Heavenly Talisman Emperor had set up the Divine Central Continent. However, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor had done it to protect the Divine Central Continent, while burning the myriad realms was to directly sacrifice the incineration continent as a sacrifice. It was to deal the strongest blow against the enemy. The viciousness of burning the myriad realms was clear to see. In order to kill Gu Chunsha, he had actually abandoned his own empire, his own subjects, and sacrificed everyone. He had even sacrificed the entire continent. It could be said that burning the myriad realms was even crueler than the most vicious demons in the world. For example, the leader of the pygmy demons, the Pygmy Death Emperor. There was no way he would sacrifice all the pygmy demons for his own sake. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it. Burning the myriad realms, you're practically a lunatic. I've never seen a devil like you before. Gu Chunsha's expression was one of rage. These people who set the incineration continent and the incineration empire are all your people. They revere you, love you, and worship you. But you're using them as sacrifices? Ha 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 ha. The incineration myriad realms formation was fully activated. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs, and the straw dogs are sacrifices. I am the person closest to the heavenly Tao. I am primordial chaos, and primordial chaos is me. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is primordial chaos. If the heavenly Tao is a tree, then primordial chaos is the tree's foundation, and I am the foundation of the heavenly Tao. AI, even if you abandon your people, I can't bear to see them all exterminated by you. Gu Chansha let out a long sigh, and a majestic aura spread out. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out, suppressing all directions. All the primordial chaos energy settled down. Gu Chansha wanted to use his own strength to suppress the incineration continent and stop the incineration myriad realms from sacrificing. The situation was completely reversed. As the emperor of the Great Burning Dynasty, the incineration myriad realms should have been protecting his own country with his life. But now, Gu Chansha was protecting all the land and people, while the incineration myriad realms wanted to destroy his own people. At this moment, all the officials didn't dare to believe that their emperor was such a person, so they were all stunned. Of course, in a battle of this level, they couldn't interfere at all. They were completely frozen by the power. The power of the incineration myriad realms wanted to sacrifice and destroy them, while Gu Chinch's power wanted to save them. They were stuck between the two powers and couldn't move. They could only wait for the outcome of the battle between Gu Chansha and the incineration myriad realms before they could free themselves. Destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the incineration myriad realms hollered in rage once more. Gu Chansha, it's useless. I have been managing the Great Burning Dynasty for decades, and the people are united. I want to destroy them. All of them are dedicated to me. Although you stop me from destroying them, not only will they not thank you, but they will also hate you. You're going against the hearts of billions of people. Honglong, the will of the incineration myriad realms spread out. No one knew what kind of technique he was using. All of a sudden, the hatred of countless people appeared on the incineration continent. The person they hated wasn't the incineration myriad realms who wanted to destroy them, but the person who saved them, Gu Chansha. As the saying went, being condemned by thousands of people will die without a disease. It meant that when a person was condemned by thousands of people, even if he didn't have a disease, he would still die. The hatred of the masses was so deep that it could reach the point of killing. Now, on the incineration continent, billions of people had some secret technique activated by the incineration myriad realms. They hated Gu Chansha to the core. In an instant, the resentment of hundreds of billions of people gathered together and turned into an incomparably angry resentment. They all rushed towards Gu Chansha like a shadow, like maggots on a bone. Haze, the people are stupid and have been deceived by the demon. But it doesn't matter, I have a forgiving heart. The sins of the world, the sins of the heavenly Tao, the sins of the masses, the grievances of the people, all belong to me. Gu Chansha heaved a sigh. He didn't care about the grievances at all. A merciful expression appeared on his face. This was a kind of pity towards the masses. If they were in the wrong, they would bear it themselves. If they were in the wrong, they would bear it themselves. If they were in the wrong, they would bear it themselves. If they were in the wrong, they would resolve it themselves. All belonged to him. This was Gu Chinch's realm. As expected, after all the grievances belonged to him, not only did they not cause any harm, but they were turned into his power. He released this power and suppressed the world, making it difficult to activate the incineration continent's array formation. It was also difficult for the incineration myriad realms to sacrifice the people. Incineration myriad realms, with me here, you can't sacrifice these people. Although they might not be grateful to me if I save them, it doesn't matter. Gu Chinch's majestic aura turned into millions of white rainbows that traversed the void and filled the entire incineration continent. The area of the incineration continent was larger than the wilderness. Even a celestial venerable would find it difficult to cover the entire continent with their own power. But Gu Chansha could do it. Gu Chinch's strength was far above the heavenly longevity realm. Crack! These white rainbows covered the entire sky above the incineration continent. Then, they turned into white rain that fell and seeped into the ground. Instantly, The sacrificial array formation that incineration myriad realms had set up for over 30 years was broken. Fun Wanjia, who was hidden within the fusion elemental energy, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could sense that he was already severely injured. Gu Qinsha, you actually destroyed my 30 years of painstaking efforts. You deserve to die. The burning world pointed, and instantly, the 7 endless treasures flew towards Gu Qinsha. Inexhaustible treasure? I have 14, and you only have 7. How are you going to fight me? The divine land gourd above Gu Qinsha's head spun and shot out a huge gust of divine land power, blocking the attack formed by the 7 endless treasures. Then, it slowly devoured them, wrapped them up, and absorbed them. Gu Qinsha, just you wait. If I don't destroy your country, I won't rest. Seizing this opportunity, Burning Myriad World moved and ran away. At this moment, Gu Qinsha no longer had the strength to chase after them. He wanted to subdue these 7 peerless treasures. Apsid, hold down for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 806. Once I've subdued these 7 endless treasures, I'll come after you. Once they've been absorbed by the Divine Prefecture Gourd, my Divine Prefecture Gourd's power will increase greatly. No matter where this person runs to, he won't be able to escape death. Gu Qinsha would definitely not let this primordial chaos emperor Incineration World off. Incineration World's methods were ruthless. In order to trap Gu Qinsha, he had not hesitated to sacrifice the entire continent and its hundreds of billions of citizens. Such a person did not understand the meaning of life at all. With his methods, he could exterminate all life at the drop of a hat. He was a huge threat to the Yonko. It had to be said that Incineration World was someone at the heavenly longevity realm, and he was very close to the power of primordial chaos. He was much more terrifying than Wan Senshi. Moreover, this person had some mysterious providence that came from the future. Gu Qinsha could see that this person's potential had yet to be exhausted. In other words, his strength could still be raised to the Sky Prime realm. This person's strength was not as great as Gu Qinsha's, but there were other mysteries to it. He definitely could not let this person escape. Of course, now that this person had left his own country, he would suffer great losses. From Gu Qinsha's point of view, the Incineration World and its hundreds of billions of citizens were a huge fortune. Coupled with Incineration World's close relationship with primordial chaos, he could create an invincible providence in a very short period of time. He had abandoned his own country and citizens in order to kill Gu Qinsha. That was like throwing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. It was a huge miscalculation. This huge empire has hundreds of billions of citizens, and the wealth it contains surpasses even the endless treasures. Since Incineration World doesn't want it, I'll take it. Gu Qinsha, who was suppressing the endless treasures, suddenly moved. A scripture filled the area. This scripture was the great all-beings human purification scripture. He had converted everyone present. The imperial palace was filled with the upper echelons of the empire. As long as they were all under control, the empire would not collapse for the time being. Then, they could deal with the situation calmly, and they would be able to establish a powerful system that would work in concert with the Yonko of the Central Divine Prefecture. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the hundreds of billions of commoners on the Incinerate continent. There were many experts with the fate of flood dragons and giant snakes hidden within. Originally, it was still fine with the suppression of the burning world, but once the burning world disappeared, the world would immediately fall apart. It was unknown how many people would become emperors and how many would become kings. With a population of hundreds of billions of people, how many tyrannical characters could emerge from them? Even an Empyrean might not be able to control the situation for a long time. But Gu Qinsha had an idea. Heavenly Talisman's 36 years would soon arrive, and the true variables would soon arrive. If he could control such a powerful empire, then the power of worship would increase by a great deal. These people actually couldn't be converted? Still resisting me? Gu Chansha had converted the civil and military officials, many gods, and even saints, but the 3 men and 3 women who had been reincarnated from the endless treasures were still resisting the power of conversion. Apart from that, they were bitterly holding on, trying to interfere with Gu Chansha and retract their power. Sigh. Gu Chansha let out another long sigh. Even now, you're still resisting. I really don't know what kind of magic soup-burning world fed you. You people were born with the fate of the heavenly realm. Even if you lost the endless treasures, your talents are still far above innate saints. In fact, you even have an advantage over divergence. I've subdued your endless treasures to help you break free from your shackles and gain freedom. But it's fine if you don't realize it now. I'll take you into the divine gourd and slowly nurture you. You'll definitely become great talents who can save the world and bring peace. It was normal for the people who had been reincarnated from the endless treasures not to be converted. For example, even though Gu Chansha had taken away all his magic power and the endless umbrella, Fa Wuxian still refused to submit. His will was as strong as an indestructible diamond. These were the true children of destiny. Gu Chansha would not kill them. Instead, he wanted to take them as his subordinates. They would definitely be of great use in the future. Apart from that, what Gu Chansha wanted was for all living beings to be united. If even the people who had been reincarnated from the endless treasures could not be converted, then it would be a joke for all living beings to be united. Whoosh! Gu Chansha activated the divine gourd and suddenly made a move, sucking the 3 men and 3 women into the gourd. Under the influence of the aura, the 7 treasures formed from the endless treasures were also thrown into the divine gourd. Really, at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. A huge hand with the light of the sun and the moon silently appeared from the depths of the void, grabbing at the 7 endless treasures. It actually wanted to take advantage of them. The might of this hand seemed to be able to tear apart continents, destroy mountains and rivers, shatter stars with a flick of its fingers, and seize the oceans. Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha, you've finally recovered? To think that you're still thinking of seizing the endless treasures at a time like this. You're really too naive. Gu Chansha seemed to have expected all of this. He opened his mouth, and a gush of pure world energy circulated and condensed. It was like the evolution of runes, growing and multiplying endlessly, blocking this person's huge hand. Back then, Gu Chansha was not a match for the Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha at all. But now, Gu Chansha was no longer at a disadvantage. In fact, he was even above Gu Tiansha. Because of this, Gu Chansha was not even at the god level back then. Now that he had become a saint and had completely digested 10% of Gu Chansha's origin, Gu Tiansha no longer had any advantage against Gu Chansha. After blocking the attack of the huge hand, Gu Chansha then slowly poured the 7 endless treasures into the divine gourd. Immediately, the divine gourd released boundless, endless, invincible, inaction, formless, and unintentional light. No one could describe the purity and purity of this light, as well as the brilliance and brilliance. It was as if the world's greatest treasure had been born. Not bad, not bad. The endless treasures are supreme treasures of the heaven realm. Every one of them is not weaker than the immortal, slaying, God-punishing gourd. With the 36 treasures added together, they far surpass the heaven sacrifice talisman, dragon gate, and primordial tree. They can open the door to the heaven realm and become the emperor of heaven. Gu Chansha thought to himself, now my divine gourd has fused with the umbrella, cauldron, needle, tree, book, brush, palace, pill, and armor. Next, I will capture Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian to obtain the 2 most important treasures, the Sword of Infinity and Saber of Infinity. After that, I will help the 3 ministers and 8 marquises, Fong Lin, and the others to free themselves. Then, the divine gourd will be more or less complete. A total of 22 treasures will take up more than half of it. After that, I will attack the Alliance and obtain the Heart of Infinity. With that, the plan to gather the 36 endless treasures will be 90% successful. I will definitely become the Emperor of Heaven. The divine god gourd changed once more. It gave off a really majestic aura and walked around the world. It already had the aura of the Honghuang dragon sect, the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman, and the Hongmeng tree. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for it to become a treasure of such a level. Common people, God General, come out. Gu Chunsha held up the gourd, and instantly, large amounts of chaotic energy descended from the sky. Apart from that, large amounts of heaven world power also entered the gourd. The depths of the gourd wriggled and spat out many common people's generals. These common people's generals were all really strong and were actually at Tao Realm 27 Transformation, 2 worlds seamless realm. When one reached this realm, they could tear open space and teleport. Then, it would be much easier to manage the world. Gu Chansha wanted to create such a batch of common people generals to spread across the Burn Empire continent to monitor the world. First, they would manage the bureaucracy and spread the ideals of the calming Celestial Bureau. Then, a single spark will be able to sweep the world and stir up new thoughts. Tens of thousands of common people generals shot out from the gourd. They disappeared and headed towards the various parts of the Burn Empire continent. This was just like the thousands of demon stars that descended in the past. Gu Chench's current manufacturing ability had increased greatly because the divine god gourd had absorbed the 7 endless treasures. Moreover, he would definitely be able to travel freely in the endless land. He could vaguely sense the size of the endless land. Chase after the burning empire world? That doesn't seem possible. Since the Lord of the Sun Moon, Gu Chensha, appeared, it meant that he had probably made the first move and accepted the burning empire world. Either the two of them joined forces, or the burning empire world joined forces with him to form a huge power. I can't do anything about it for now. Gu Chensha calculated in his heart. At this moment, a voice rang out from the void. Gu Tiansha also retracted his hand. Gu Chansha, many thanks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to gain the support of the burning world of 10,000 worlds, allowing me to gain a powerful general. Once I advance to the Celestial Lord Realm, I will definitely come to the Divine Prefecture to kill and swallow you. You could just wait to die. Gu Chinsha, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. The Burning Empire World's voice rang out. Lord Gu Chinsha, today I will completely submit to you. From now on, I will follow your lead and assist you in your hegemony. I will definitely kill the Department of Tranquility. Gu Chansha, you actually want to take control of my great burning empire? Do you really think you can succeed? I will definitely take back my foundation and kill you. What a bunch of rabble. Gu Chansha shook his head. Burning Empire World, if you submit to the Department of Tranquility, you will not lose your position. In fact, you might even gain true eternity in the future. But now that you submit to Gu Chansha, you will probably be devoured by him before I can even capture you. You really are seeking your own death. Not even I can save you. As he spoke, Gu Chincha's body flickered, and he vanished. He had left the Incinerate continent, and a moment later, he was in the Central Divine Prefecture. Normally, it would have taken him a long time to reach the Incinerate continent, at least several hours. But now, he had arrived in the blink of an eye. It was clear that after obtaining the 7 inexhaustible treasures, he could now use a lot of the Celestial Realm's power. The Burning Empire World had gathered the 7 inexhaustible treasures in order to open a portal, allowing the experts of the Incinerate continent to come to the Central Divine Prefecture, then invade and occupy Yonko. Visit website. Chapter 807. 1 second to remember 09, providing you with exciting reading. Chapter 805, The Emperor of Heaven, is not you, congratulations, Your Highness, on obtaining the endless 7 treasures. The Divine Land Gourd already has the characteristics of the primitive Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Sacrifice Talisman, and the Primordial Mist Tree. In time, Your Highness will become the strongest. However, burning all worlds escape is still a hidden danger. Now that he has joined forces with the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Chansha, he will become one of our greatest enemies. When Zhuge saw that Gu Chansha had returned to the Department of Tranquil Immortals, he understood everything. The harvest this time is great. We obtained 7 endless treasures. The Divine Landlord's power is great, and apart from that, we have control over the hundreds of billions of people of the Burning Dynasty. In time, our Department of Tranquil Immortals will obtain 10 times the sacrificial power. Gu Chansha had long since calculated. Your Highness's plan is not bad. You can summon clouds and rain with a flip of your hand. Zhuge praised. What is your Highness's next plan? Naturally, I want to rescue Chang Weiyang. Because of various concerns, I wanted to kill the Great Spirit God first, but I didn't succeed. Then, because burning all worlds disrupted the universe and wanted to attack the divine central planes, I had to deal with him. Now, everything is ready. Spread the human dragon fist, and the nation will prosper day by day. I no longer have any worries, so I can focus on rescuing Wei Yang. Gu Chansha calculated carefully. I already know Wei Yang's whereabouts. The 3 heavenly venerables, the Dharma Saint, Patriarch Heaven, and Immortal Lord Wansenshi are restraining each other and refining the endless heart together, so they can't worry too much. This is my chance. However, even if the 3 heavenly venerables join forces, they are no match for me. Gu Chansha's words were naturally domineering. Indeed, the 3 heavenly venerables had schemed for a long time before they reached an agreement with the primordial mist tree. They could borrow the primordial mist tree's power, but in reality, they were just parasites. As for Gu Chansha, he could already make the dragon sect of the primordial world retreat. In front of Gu Chansha, the 3 Empyreans who had always been high and lofty and never suffered any losses were actually nothing at all. This was because Gu Chansha's vision and cultivation had already increased by a great deal. Do-eu. Gu Chansha said a name and drew a picture. Suddenly, a picture appeared in the air. A woman was like a feather in the sky, rising and falling continuously, drifting about without a home, casually moving about in the void's depths. This was the Empyrean realm. That woman was none other than Do-eu. Floating above her head was a gourd, the immortal-slaying, god-punishing gourd. This bottle gourd was a treasure condensed from the Hongmeng tree that could not be replicated. Apart from that, it also contained a kind of killing intent condensed from the heavens and earth. This gourd's baleful aura was much heavier than Xing Qiangshi's, which was why it was able to kill Xing Qiangshi back then. This treasure was on the same level as the boundless treasure, which was evident from this. Right now, Do-eu was condensing this gourd. It was unknown where it was, but it wasn't in the Hongmeng tree. Gu Chansha knew that the Dao Do-eu comprehended was to casually drift about. This feather in the sky had no home and no home. This kind of intent was like flowing water and white clouds. It was also a kind of Tao essence. However, even the 3 Empyreans were nothing in Gu Chansha's eyes, let alone Do-eu. A few years ago, he felt that Do-eu was unfathomable. But now, he could capture her with a flick of his finger. Whoosh! Gu Chansha left the little Hongmeng tree and once again arrived in the endless chaotic flow of space-time. In an instant, thousands of twists and turns passed through billions of space-time. After passing through layers of obstructions, he finally arrived at a pure and bright space-time node. This space-time node was extremely mysterious and strange. It seemed to be a pure land in the chaotic flow of space-time. This space-time node was constantly changing, as if it had already formed a world. It was like the Dragon Gate of Desolation, constantly jumping and changing in the depths of the chaotic flow of space-time. Every blink of an eye, its position would change thousands of times. Even a heavenly longevity realm expert might not be able to find it. Unfortunately, Gu Chansha's current cultivation far surpassed the heavenly longevity realm. Moreover, he could lock onto the position of the burning world. Before he obtained the infinite 7 treasures, he could already completely lock onto the position of the burning world. Now that he had obtained the infinite 7 treasures, his power had increased by who knew how many times. Moreover, no matter how strong Do-eu was, there was still a big gap between him and the burning world. Not only that, even one of the 3 Empyreans couldn't compare to the burning world. In Gu Chansha's opinion, The burning world was only below him and Gu Chensha in terms of strength and quality. It was an ancient antique that surpassed everything. Unfortunately, this person was too arrogant and didn't understand the principle of all living beings being united. That was why he had suffered such a crushing defeat. After this defeat, the burning world might become even more terrifying. Gu Chensha wouldn't underestimate this person because of this. In this bright space-time node, Do-Yu and the immortal slaying god punishing gourd worked together to condense their cultivation base. However, Gu Chensha took a step forward and arrived in front of Do-Yu. Missy you sure are carefree. You actually found such a blessed land in the turbulent flow of space-time. This space-time node is the essence of the turbulent flow of space-time. After a long time of being tempered and baptized by the cosmic tide, it finally turned into crystals of time. When the crystals gathered together, they formed this node. Being able to find such a treasure land is equivalent to finding gold in a grain of sand. Gu Chensha admired the surrounding scenery. He saw that the crystals were filled with clouds and crystal mists formed by the pure essence of time. There were even some time dragons in the crystal mists. In the end, you still found me. Do-Yu didn't look surprised. He seemed to have been waiting for this. No matter how I hide, I probably can't escape your pursuit. I also didn't expect you to grow so quickly. In just a few short years, even the 3 heavenly venerables can't do anything to you. Why don't you hide in the primordial tree? That way, I'll probably need some time to find you. It'll be very difficult to break through the primordial tree's restrictions. Gu Chensha asked. Actually, it's not very useful. Do-Yu said. You barged into the primordial dragon gate and even chased away Old Man Primordial and the Great Spirit God. Even if the primordial tree is stronger than the primordial dragon gate, it has its limits. I'm far weaker than the Great Spirit God and Old Man Primordial. If I resist stubbornly, I'll definitely be captured by you and become like North Star, stripped of all my cultivation base. Indeed, a wise man submits to circumstances. Gu Chensha looked at the immortal slaying god punishing gourd. Since that's the case, hand over the gourd. Then follow me and join the calming immortal agency. Make up for your mistakes, and I won't make things difficult for you. Aren't you here to save Chong Wei-Yong? Do-Yu laughed lightly. He wasn't afraid of Gu Chensha at all. Why are you coveting my treasure? Chong Wei-Yong and you both broke through to the heavenly lord realm. Then you were suppressed and heavily injured. You refined all of her essence, chi, and soul into this gourd as nourishment. Even the demon gods of the 9 skies and 10 lands can't recover her. Unfortunately, she met me. Even if she dies, I can completely revive her. Gu Chensha placed his hands behind his back. Hand it over. Don't let me do it. If I do, you'll probably suffer. Speaking of which, even a fish on the chopping board has to struggle, much less me. Immortal slaying god punishing gourd come out. Do-Yu's voice rang out. At this moment, the immortal slaying god punishing gourd suddenly emitted a black aura. This black aura contained an unparalleled killing intent. Gradually, it condensed into a person. It was a man, young and handsome, who seemed capable of cutting through anything and everything. His eyes were empty and emotionless as he looked at Gu Chensha. My name is Immortal Slaying. I've awakened, and the Emperor of Heaven is about to come out. As the vanguard, I'm the Emperor of Heaven's tool to kill immortals and gods who don't obey orders. After I awaken, the Emperor of Heaven's coming out won't be long. Did you hear that? Do-Yu rose to his feet. The immortal slaying god punishing gourd contains immense karma. It's not as simple as it seems, and it's far from mature. However, as the Great Tribulation approaches, it's awakening. I've put in a lot of effort to awaken it, and in the end, I realized that in the Great Tribulation, the true Emperor of Heaven will come out and bring order out of chaos. In the chaos, a true hero will appear. This hero will carry out the will of the heavens and ascend to the Emperor of Heaven's throne. This gourd is the instrument of punishment used by the Emperor of Heaven to slay immortals and gods. I know you're currently collecting boundless treasures in an attempt to ascend to the Emperor of Heaven's throne. Unfortunately, I've already comprehended it. Your Gu Taxian's son, and Gu Taxian is an anomaly. His bloodline can't possibly ascend to the Emperor of Heaven's throne. He's not the Emperor of Heaven either. The true Emperor of Heaven is still rising in the shadows among the common people. You may be the brightest star in the Great Tribulation, but you're not the main character. The main character is someone else, the person who will ascend to the Emperor of Heaven's throne. All the foreshadowing, the desolate age, the middle age, the era of the Son of Heaven, and even now, are just foreshadowing a prelude to the birth of the Emperor of Heaven. The birth of the Emperor of Heaven is a major event. You have to acquire immense amounts of good karma to be able to enjoy the boundless, limitless position. Gu trampling the immortals, as well as his accomplices, are the greatest of all tribulations. Whoever can get rid of all of you will be able to enjoy the boundless, limitless position and become the Emperor of Heaven. 36 years after the heavenly talisman, the era of the Emperor of Heaven will come. Gu Qinsha didn't stop Do Yu from talking. Instead, he quietly considered the matter. I never would have guessed that you would reach this level of enlightenment. I've really underestimated you. Not even the Great Spirit God could fully comprehend this, but you did. That's right. The future will be the era of the Emperor of Heaven. Everything before this is just foreshadowing. There is no true master in heaven and earth. You could say that ever since the Big Bang of primordial chaos opened up heaven and earth and the birth of countless universes and worlds, it has always been a time of chaos. Even the Son of Heaven is only the Son of Heaven of the divine central continent. He cannot truly unify the countless universes and planes of existence. The world is in chaos, and the heroes are at war. The chaos is coming to an end, and that is why the Emperor of Heaven is about to come out to quell the chaos that has existed since ancient times. Unfortunately, the Emperor of Heaven is not you. All of your efforts will be for naught, said Do Yu. Mobile users, please visit M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 808. That's right. I know. The Emperor of Heaven is about to be born. In fact, he might have already been born. From ancient times until now, the world has been in a state of chaos. The Emperor of Heaven has been born, unifying countless universes and even the past and the future. He has straightened out space-time. However, all of that is futile. Although I'm not the Emperor of Heaven, I'm definitely going to refine the Emperor of Heaven's throne. I'm going to make sure that the Emperor of Heaven's people are born before they can even be born. Gu Qinsha had recently gained enlightenment of the Emperor of Heaven's Tao and had come to understand some profound principles. The Emperor of Heaven had indeed been born. However, it wasn't him, nor was it someone from the Celestial Tranquility Department. It wasn't Gu Qinsha, nor was it from Myriad Realms. In fact, it wasn't even Xian Xian and the others. Gu Qinsha still had no way of divining the identity of the Emperor of Heaven. However, he knew that this person was hiding in the Central Divine Prefecture. He didn't even know that he was the future Emperor of Heaven. However, he already had the feeling that he was invincible in the world. In this grand age, he was in control of the Celestial Tranquility Department. In the Central Divine Prefecture, he had reached the pinnacle of power. Even the old-timers would have to form an alliance to stand up to him. However, he wasn't the main character. The main character was the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven hadn't risen to prominence yet. Once he did, he would be the villain that the main character had to defeat. In the end, the main character would slay him and then trample him beneath his feet. This was a change in the future that was virtually irreversible. Originally, Gu Qinsha understood this. However, as he gathered more and more endless treasures and began to gain enlightenment of the Emperor of Heaven's Tao, he began to understand all of these changes. However, to Gu Qinsha, this was nothing more than a challenge. He could even reverse the heavenly Taos. Although the Emperor of Heaven was the embodiment of the heavenly Taos, it was still a huge opportunity for him. If he could reform the Emperor of Heaven and take him under his wing, then his Tao of all living beings would be united, would truly be complete. If the Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself, How powerful would that sacrifice be? That was what Gu Qinsha wanted to do. If you know this, he said, then you should repent. If you know, he said, you should repent. Otherwise, if he continued to go against the flow like this, he might just die. In fact, they might even face something even more terrifying than death, just like the two brothers, Thunder Extreme Source and Thunder Extreme Blood, who were still kneeling in the plaza of the Imperial Palace. You've said so much just so that I won't attack you? This was too whimsical. Gu Qinsha, the Immortal Tranquility Division, and the Yonko have never feared anyone. Furthermore, it doesn't matter who the Emperor of Heaven is. Whoever I say is the Emperor of Heaven, that person is the Emperor of Heaven. Whoever I say is not the Emperor of Heaven is not the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Qinsha held out his hand. Give it to me. How dare you? At this moment, the cold and handsome man, Immortal Slayer, locked his gaze on Gu Qinsha. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a blade light flew out. However, this blade light had wings and eyes. It stared at Gu Qinsha and directly slashed down. Good blade light, but its power is about the same as the infinite blade. It can't hurt me at all. Gu Qinsha stretched out 2 fingers and gently clamped down on the saber light. The saber light was like a bird that kept flying between Gu Qinsha's fingers. It wanted to fly out, but it was to no avail. The blade light was like a bird, exactly the same as the bird-shaped characters on the heavenly sacrifice decree. Birds were existences that could communicate with the heavens, and bird-shaped characters were ancient heavenly Tao inscriptions. Gu Qinsha caught the bird-shaped blade light and casually threw it into his divine land gourd. Then, without another word, he raised the divine land gourd. It had the power to swallow heaven and earth, and the entire world was contained within it. Do Yu suddenly found himself surrounded by darkness. Then the world changed, as if they had arrived in the divine land. She and Gu Qinsha were actually in the center of the divine land Sin province, in the bottomless sea of Sin. However, the bottomless sea of Sin in the divine land had completely disappeared. In its place was a capital city. In the center of the capital city was an imperial palace, and in the center of the imperial palace was a throne. No one could tell what color the throne was, because no color could describe its sacredness and greatness. This was the throne of Emperor Heaven that Gu Qinsha had created himself. Although it wasn't the real Emperor Heaven, it already had some majesty. Do Yu hurriedly used all sorts of methods, but found that he couldn't fly. This is my true divine land, the real divine land. The current divine land of the central continent is flawed, and I will perfect it and rebuild it. Gu Qinsha said, the entire divine land is actually the Emperor Heaven's heavenly court. One day, in the future, the divine land of the central continent will rise to become the true heavenly court. Do Yu, what you just said is all true, but it's not your own enlightenment. It's the will of the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd that has finally been fully activated. Is that right? The immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd has its own destiny. You can't take it. The Emperor Heaven has come into being, and it is the Emperor Heaven's weapon. Do Yu moved, seemingly fusing with the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd. He released the sharpest killing intent in the world, ready to charge out. It's no use. My divine land's gourd is already complete. I want to create a perfect divine land, which is connected to the Emperor Heaven of the heavenly court. It just so happens that the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd is connected to the Emperor Heaven. It's the Emperor Heaven's weapon of punishment, and it'll be a resource for me to create the true divine land. Gu Qinsha said, your gourd isn't a match for my gourd. Don't struggle pointlessly. Give it to me. Within the divine land gourd, Gu Qinsha was in complete control of the situation. His palm expanded, and like the hand of the Emperor Heaven, he grabbed the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd. The handsome man called a mortal slaying howl as he tried to fight back against Gu Qinsha. Thousands of bird-shaped blade lights appeared and swept toward Gu Qinsha. You're hitting a rock with an egg. Struggle pointlessly. Gu Chunsha waved his hand and extinguished the thousands of bird-shaped blade lights. The immortal, slaying, God-vanquishing gourd was far more powerful than it had been in the primordial age. In the primordial age, the saber radiance unleashed by the gourd was enough to tear the Xing Qiong clan into pieces. But now, the hundreds and thousands of bird-shaped saber radiance were more than enough to mince the Xing Qiong clan into pieces. But such power wasn't enough for Gu Qinsha. After extinguishing the thousands of bird-shaped blade lights, Gu Qinsha's hand grabbed the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd. With a slight movement, he grabbed EU from within. Then, he spat a mouthful of vital energy into the gourd. Immediately, a huge seal in the depths of the gourd broke, and the will of a heavenly lord appeared. It was Chang Weiyang's will. It was already extremely weak, on the verge of being refined and dying. Your injuries are so severe that you're not far from death. But to me, this is nothing. Gu Chansha channeled his own world energy into the will. Immediately, the will expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a woman. It was none other than Chang Weiyang. This is my tribulation. I become a divergent and cultivated to become a heavenly lord. Naturally, there will be a tribulation. After this tribulation, I'll be unrivaled in the world. Chang Weiyang took on a physical form. It was Chunsha. She bowed and said, "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. I'll never forget it. From now on, I'll sacrifice my life for the immortal slaying department." Sect leader Weiyang, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Gu Chunsha hurriedly said, "I've already revived your father, Chang Yuzhou. Now that the heavenly Tao is changing, it's time for a hero to achieve his goals. Let's support the universe together and establish a brand new heavenly Tao." Douyu. Chang Weiyang turned her head and spoke to Do. The schemes of the three heavenly venerables might have succeeded in the supreme ancient era, flourishing for a long time. They are merely clowns. Now that they know they aren't a match for the immortal slaying department, they decided to form an alliance to seek peace. You and I fought, and both of us broke through to the heavenly venerable realm. After that, the three heavenly venerables activated their techniques to suppress me. This wasn't your original intention, but you wanted to refine me later on, wanting to fuse me into the gourd to increase its might. You were too impatient, and I can choose not to take revenge for this. If you join the immortal slaying department, we'll be comrades, and we can support each other in the future, achieving great things in this great tribulation. Why? Chang Weiyang, you want to persuade me to surrender? Douyu asked. It's not surrendering. It's advancing a step further and obtaining a ladder. Chang Weiyang continued. The three heavenly venerables refused to realize their mistakes, thinking themselves to be scheming and far-sighted. In truth, it's precisely because of this. Chu Feng's path is the heavenly Tao, while you use strength to prove your Tao. Who do you think will emerge victorious in the battle between the Heaven Tao and Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman? If the Heaven Tao wins, then the Emperor of Heaven you speak of will be born, and the Calmness Immortal Department will be defeated. But if Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman wins, then King Chunsha will be the Emperor of Heaven. There's no choice. There's no way Gu Taxian will win. Douyu waved his hand dismissively. Truth be told, Gu Taxian is also a part of the tribulation. His entanglement with the Heaven Tao is an illusion created by the three of you. In truth, the Heaven Tao is completely under your control. Who gave you this information? Gu Qinsha sighed. You've already entered the tribulation, and you're bewildered by the five colors. But that doesn't matter. I've already imprisoned you in the divine God Gourd, and I'll slowly refine you. If you come to your senses, then you can come out at any time. But if you refuse to come to your senses, then you're dead for sure. As for the immortal slaying God Executioner Gourd, I'll destroy it first. Lightning come, rumble. Shockingly, a ball of lightning appeared above Gu Qinsha's head. It was similar to the primeval desolation dragon lightning, and pulsed with world-destroying power. A single strike. The handsome, immortal slaying God Executioner let out a mournful wail as he retreated back into the gourd. Shockingly, Cracks appeared on the surface of the gourd. Marvelous! My primeval desolation dragon lightning has the power to destroy a kiliocosm of worlds, but it can't destroy the gourd. From this, it can be seen that the gourd still has a lot of room for growth. Once I refine it, my understanding of the Emperor of Heaven will deepen. I'll be able to deduce some clues about the identity of the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Qinsha wasn't shocked. Rather, he was delighted. A 19-year-old girl caught masturbating on a live stream platform. Follow the official WeChat account. MainPie1. Long press for 3 seconds to copy to watch. Chapter 809. No matter how mystical the immortal, slaying god, punishing gourd was, no matter how it struggled, it was far from being able to resist Gu Qinsha's refinement. Gradually, under the permeation of magic power, the gourd finally turned into a stream of air and completely fused with the divine land gourd. Immediately, the divine land gourd gave off an aura that could kill everything, much sharper than before. As expected, this immortal, slaying god, punishing gourd has a great destiny. In the future, it will really be the treasure of the Emperor of Heaven. But now, it belongs to me, and it has reduced the destiny of the Emperor of Heaven by quite a bit. Once I comprehend it again, I will definitely be able to grasp some clues about the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Qinsha had a look of joy on his face. As for Douyu, she had already activated her magic power, sitting upright in the divine land gourd, as if she wanted to resist with all her might. Gu Qinsha ignored her, but he did not immediately make a move to extract her magic power. Instead, he left her here. Douyu still had a great use. From her, he could spy on the movements of the 3 heavenly venerables. After collecting all the spatial nodes, Gu Qinsha left this place, bringing Chang Weiyang to the Little Hongmeng tree. Father. Chang Weiyang saw Chang Yuzhou. Father and daughter met again, and both were overjoyed. They reminisced about old times and were extremely grateful to Gu Qinsha. Congratulations, Your Highness. The Celestial Calmness Department has another heavenly venerable. Longevity God congratulated. Currently, we have a total of 3 heavenly venerables. It is more than enough to suppress the world. The Celestial Calmness Department had Heavenly Venerable Martial Saint, the King of Common Life, and now Chang Weiyang. With 3 Heavenly Venerables holding down the fort, the Imperial Court had never been so powerful since ancient times. The world now is different from the past. If it was in the past, even saints could pacify the world. But now, heroes are emerging and dragons and snakes are rising in the wilderness. Even Heavenly Venerables cannot completely control the situation. Heavenly Venerable Martial Saint sighed. However, the news just now is no small matter. The Emperor of Heaven's destined person has actually been born. I wonder, among the common people, who is the Emperor of Heaven? Who will be able to enjoy the great position of limitless and limitless in the future? The Emperor of Heaven is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He controls all space-time, all freedom, all laws, all karma. Compared to the throne of the Son of Heaven, he is far superior. Zhuge Ye frowned. The glory of the Emperor of Heaven is not something we can imagine. If the Emperor of Heaven's chosen one were to appear, it would really sweep the world. We have no choice but to investigate. The Emperor of Heaven's chosen one naturally has to be found. Gu Qinsha's expression was the same as usual. He was not anxious at all. Logically, the Celestial Calmness Department should be the top priority for this matter. However, Gu Qinsha was not anxious at all. However, this is not the main matter. I will slowly investigate this matter. If we search on a large scale, not only will we not find anything, but we will also alert the enemy and attract the attention of many factions. That would not be good. Moreover, even the Emperor of Heaven himself does not know who the destined person is. Until the very end, no one will know who the true person is. Now that I have already rescued Chang Weiyang, some important matters have been successfully arranged. The most important thing is to raise the fate of the nation and spread the human dragon fist, creating a large number of geniuses, unparalleled geniuses, and even innate saints. We do not have much time. I will do my best to promote this matter. Zhuge Yin nodded. Accumulating power and sweeping the world is the right way. However, even if we obtain the Holy Dragon Heart Sutra, it is still very difficult to cultivate this sutra and raise one's aptitude to become an innate saint in one go. This sutra is profound and unfathomable, and it is very difficult to comprehend. Furthermore, there are many tribulations when cultivating it. During this period of time, after our experiments, we discovered that even with our patient guidance, it will probably take decades or even centuries before a large number of innate saints can be born. Geniuses will probably also need several years. That is natural, from an ordinary person to a genius. Even if they obtain the Dragon Raising Sutra, they will still need decades of unremitting hard work to continue cultivating the Dragon Chi and change their entire bodies. Only then can they become geniuses. Gu Qinsha nodded. Right now, the Celestial Calmness Department is producing human dragon pills to assist in reducing the time it takes for people to become geniuses by 10 times. However, we really don't have enough time. However, we can't spoil things just because of the arrival of the tribulation. Furthermore, the tribulation of the Heavenly Talisman 36 years is just the beginning. It will last for a very long time and will most likely last for hundreds of years. During the tribulation, we will be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery and then develop rapidly. During the tribulation, it will be the time for heroes to fight for supremacy. However, the current competition is not for territory, but for the highest position in all the heavens and myriad worlds. Qinsha, Lu Baiwei said, "It is true that you are currently studying the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven and understand the Emperor of Heaven the best. Even if the real Emperor of Heaven appears, the Celestial Calmness Department will be his greatest enemy. If we don't go after him, he will eventually come after us. Therefore, regarding the matter of the Emperor of Heaven, only you can secretly investigate it. That's my idea as well." Gu Qinsha nodded. Even if you gather all the treasures in the world and open the door to the Emperor of Heaven, it will still be very difficult to truly refine the Emperor of Heaven's throne. Only the person who obtains the destiny of the true Emperor of Heaven will be able to fully take the throne, further control the Tao of Heaven, and dominate the past, present, and future of all the worlds. If my guess is correct, the person who obtains the destiny of the Emperor of Heaven has already been born, and he's in the Central Plains. In fact, he's even one of our common people. That makes things easier, Lu Baiwei said. Right now, all of the common people in the Imperial Court are recorded. Their names, ages, all sorts of things, big and small, and even their movements can be seen by us. King of Common Life. She called out, and the King of Common Life appeared there. Following this, the King of Common Life's body changed, turning into a giant sphere. Within the sphere, there were billions of figures that changed hundreds of millions of times with every blink of an eye. These figures included all of Yonko's subjects, from newborn babies to high-ranking officials and nobles, and even saint clans that had existed for thousands of years. Right now, our figures are being recorded, operated, and stored by the King of Common Life. The various commanders of Common Life have set up formations and collected information everywhere, forming a heavenly net. There are absolutely no loopholes. Look, our figures have already covered the interior of the Heavenly Designer Institute. Right now, there are more than 35,678 million people. As Lu Baiwei spoke, the figures that the King of Common Life had turned into showed the entire population of the Yonko Empire. Gathered together, there were more than 356 million people. However, as they spoke, the figures kept changing. After all, in such a vast empire, people were born and dying every second. No matter what, Yonko's territory was no longer limited to the Divine Province. It had spread to the wilderness, the desolate sea, and the eastern wastelands. A large portion of the Immortal Path Profound sects had joined the Imperial Court. Adding on their population, there were more than 40 billion people under them. Of course, this did not include the Great Burning Empire that Gu Chansha had just taken control of. The Great Burning Empire had hundreds of billions of people, and its territory was vast. Gu Chansha had only taken control of some of the upper echelons, and he had created a few divine generals among the people. To the entire empire, most people did not know that there had been a change of dynasty. In their hearts, they still believed that the Great Burning Empire was the emperor. Gu Chansha wanted to change this perception among the people. He wanted them to know that there had been a change of dynasty, and the calming immortal department was now in control of the world. This was called a successful change of hands. Otherwise, the people would still side with the previous dynasty, which was useless. This was a very long process. The smaller the country, the easier it was for the people to change. The larger the country, the more difficult it was to change. In the past, when the Central Plains had changed dynasties, the new imperial court had been in power for 100 years, and there were many small places and villages that still believed that it was the previous dynasty. The Great Burning Empire was much larger than the Central Plains. Given Gu Chincha's abilities, it would not be something that could be done in a short period of time. However, if he went all out, it would only take a year for the changes to be made. 1 year would be the 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman, when the Great Calamity would begin. The calming immortal department's affairs were already on track, and he did not need to worry about anything. He could now focus on searching for Emperor Heaven. This was the most important person, the true main character of the future. To the Heavenly Tao, Gu Taxian and the calming immortal department were its greatest enemies. They had already begun to encroach on its authority. That was why the Emperor Heaven was about to come out and personally gather the people among the people. He wanted to change their wills so that Gu Taxian and the calming immortal department would no longer have a foundation. Right now, the 3 dukes, 8 marquises, and Feng Lin are beginning to truly awaken. They and Wenhong are cultivating secret arts in an attempt to break free of the restraints of the endless treasures and sever the destiny that the will of heaven has placed upon them. In a few months, they will succeed, and then the 12 endless treasures will fly out and fuse into your divine land gourd. Liu Baiwei said, "When that time comes, your divine land gourd will probably become an existence on the same level as the Dragon Gate of the Wilderness and the Heavenly Sacrifice Talisman." That's easy. I still need to capture Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian. If I'm not mistaken, the Great Spirit God should have been resurrected. After resurrecting, the Great Spirit God will still need to find these 2 people. I can rely on this point to capture the Great Spirit God again. This time, I won't let him die even if he wants to. Apart from this, that prehistoric old man is also a hidden danger. After all, he is at the peak of the heavenly longevity realm and might even be an old antique who is cultivated to the heaven primal realm. He was once the master of the North Star continent and cannot be underestimated. Gu Qinsha continued, "Use the 3 ducal dukes and 8 marquises' 12 boundless treasures to open a teleportation portal. Create a stable dimension that leads to the incineration continent. That way, we'll be able to quickly spread our teachings and manage the Imperial Court. That way, the Imperial Court will have hundreds of billions of people, and the power of worship will increase by dozens of times. In time, it's not impossible for the little Hongmeng tree to be even stronger than the real Hongmeng tree. Browse for reading address." Chapter 810. Gu Chansha had more or less figured out the method to extract powerful substances from the human sacrifice. Given time, when his cultivation level rose to the Celestial Lord level, it was very likely that he would be able to turn the little Hongmeng tree into something even stronger than the real Hongmeng tree. The things that could be extracted from the human sacrifice were not contained in fusion elemental energy. Fusion elemental energy was known as the creation of all things and could extract anything from it. But the only thing that surpassed it was the human heart. Why did the heavenly law create humans? It was to test out the most perfect thing, but the human heart could not be controlled. The hearts of all beings were different, and no one could make them work as one. What Gu Chansha was pursuing was also what the heavenly law was pursuing. The heavenly law had bestowed the heaven sacrifice decree and passed down the son of heaven god investiture art. The last move was to make all beings work as one. It was also hoped that someone could truly cultivate it and make the heavenly law evolve again. Gu Chansha saw that the providence of the celestial tranquility department was rising, and the saintly dragon mantra was being passed down. Some of the important people were starting to change, and he nodded. All of a sudden, he let out a long roar, and the power of the world in his body started to circulate. The saint heart of truth squirmed, and a large amount of saintly dragon chi descended from the depths of the void. This was the saintly dragon chi that he had extracted from the power of the sacrifice. In the depths of the hearts of all beings, there was a desire to become a sage. This desire was extremely strong, and when activated by Gu Chencha's own heavenly law power, it could produce a large amount of saintly dragon chi. This was originally an ability that only the Dragon Gate had. But now that Gu Chansha had refined the divine land gourd, he had devoured a total of 9 peerless treasures. Together with the immortal slaying god Punisher gourd, the divine land gourd's power was now comparable to the 3 great divine weapons, especially the immortal slaying god Punisher gourd, which was closely related to the future Emperor of Heaven. This magic treasure itself contained a large amount of providence, and Gu Chansha had obtained it just like that. He had suppressed this providence and slowly integrated it into his divine land gourd and gradually unleashed its great power. The 36 peerless treasures contained the Tao of the heaven realm, and the immortal slaying god punishing gourd contained the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven. When the two were combined, they could give birth to the true path of the Emperor of Heaven. By activating the essence of these treasures, Gu Chansha could secretly calculate and obtain the throne of the Emperor of Heaven and the true secret of the Emperor of Heaven's chosen one. After 3 days and 3 nights, a large amount of sacred dragon chi surrounded Gu Chansha. Then, his voice was like thunder as he roared. All the sacred dragon chi was transformed into elixir pills. There were a total of 3,000 of them. I have refined the power of sacrifice that we have accumulated over the years and the desire to become a sage. After condensing it and combining it with some of the mysteries of the fusion elemental energy, it finally fused into the sacred dragon pills. I have concocted them uniformly, and this will allow our calmness celestial department to have 3,000 people born with the potential of becoming a sage. Choose the talents well and reward them with the sacred dragon pills. Then, spread the news and add another flame to the raging general trend. As Gu Chansha spoke, he disappeared again. He went to the common people to search for the Emperor of Heaven's chosen one. What kind of person, what kind of virtue, to be worthy of the throne of the Emperor of Heaven? I want to see. There has never been a candidate for the Emperor of Heaven since ancient times, because even if the virtue of a sage is 10,000 times better, he is still not worthy of the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Chansha thought to himself as he landed in the common people. He was actually really curious. The Emperor of Heaven wasn't a son of heaven. There were many ancient sons of heaven, but the position of the Emperor of Heaven had always been empty. No living being in the world was worthy of such a position. Now that such a person had appeared, he wanted to see what this person was like. But he had no clue about this person and only had a slight idea. To find this person, he would need to rely on Gu Chencha's schemes and cultivation to increase once more. Right now, he was at the Truth Saint Heart and was a true saint. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the Truth Saint Heart at the Truth Saint Heart. Unless he could devour the ancient Heaven Sand's essence or obtain one of the 3 god items, he would be able to break through after refining it. When other saints reached the Truth Saint Heart, they were just controlling their own destiny. After Gu Chansha cultivated it, he would be able to control the destiny of heaven and earth. The two of them weren't on the same level. For example, the same Tao realm transformation, 9 bulls and 2 tigers. When a normal person cultivated it, they would have the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. As for Gu Chansha, He had the strength of 900 million and 200 million tigers. So how could he compare? How could a person's destiny compare to the destiny of heaven and earth? This was why if Gu Qinsha didn't cultivate it, the moment he did, he would shock the heavens and earth. The place where Gu Dusha landed was still within Sin State City. This place had become the focus and center of the entire Yonko. The battle between the imperial court and the demon race had reached a climax. Although the demon race was being pushed back and many experts were captured to be turned into puppets or to be made into protectors by the Buddhist sect to be sold everywhere. Every part of the demon race was a treasure. Now, the people of the imperial court treated capturing demons as an honor to exchange for riches. This was why everyone fought to be the first to enter the demon region to take the risk. Of course, many people died in the demon region, but riches came from danger. In this battle between humans and demons, a large number of experts appeared. Xianzhou City has completely become the center of the Divine Prefecture. Geographically, this city was also the center of the Divine Prefecture. But since ancient times, it leads to the demon region and demon calamities occur frequently, so it's deserted and become a ghost town. Now that we're governing the country, the demon region that everyone fears has become our hunting ground. Isn't this great? No matter how diligent everyone is in training, if they don't experience actual combat, it's all for naught. And in actual combat, there's nothing that can compare to the savage demon race. The destiny of the world is gathering towards Xianzhou. I think it's time to build a political and cultural center here. Gu Qinsha pondered. In reality, the source of the world's chaos was definitely the demon calamity. Once the demon calamity engulfed the world, the imperial court system would immediately collapse and cause chaos. If the demon calamity didn't happen, the world would be at peace. Even if there were some small dragons and snakes causing trouble, they could be suppressed in the blink of an eye. The Great Wu dynasty that Martial Emperor Wu had founded had also collapsed because of the demon calamity. The immortal Dao had taken the opportunity to support a few factions, and the great aristocratic families harbored ulterior motives. Gu Qinsha had transformed into a scholar and arrived at the enormous plaza of Xianzhou City. There were many enormous transportation matrices here that led directly to the demon region. These had been constructed by the calming immortal department. Based on his intuition, he could find some clues about the Emperor of Heaven's destiny here. This was because this was the place where the conflict between spirit and demon race was the most intense. If the demon race occupied this place, they would use it as a foundation and gain a firm foothold. Then, they would occupy the divine central continent and blossom from a center. More and more heroes and heroes appeared in the plaza. They charged towards the demon region with majestic momentum, surging with hot blood and heroism at every moment. At this moment, a few scholars beside Gu Qinsha were discussing how magnificent our great Yonko is becoming more prosperous with each passing day. It's like the rising sun in the east. The morale of the people is high, and everyone has justice in their hearts. In this way, what need is there for the demon calamity? These scholars had a righteous aura about them. Not only were they well-read, they also had the heart to support the world. They were pure in nature. It was possible that they had come here because they wanted to enter the demon region to establish themselves. I've read the history books. Since ancient times, once a dynasty reaches its peak of prosperity, the demon calamity will erupt. In the end, the people will have no way to make a living. One rule, one chaos. However, this time, the Yonko might very well change the situation. Another scholar said, "Look, more than 10 years ago, the world shook, black chi devoured the sun, and demon stars descended. Many people thought that such a phenomenon meant the end of the imperial court. But look at it now. Not only is the imperial court not finished, it's even more prosperous, completely repelling the demon race. Even now, the demon region has become our hunting ground. This is a major change since ancient times. We are born in this world, so we mustn't miss this opportunity. Now that the imperial court is enlightened, it's no longer ruled by men. It's completely run by the general of the common people. All the merits won't be buried, and all the matters won't be wronged. In this way, as long as we have the ability, we can achieve something. It's not impossible to become a saint or a sage. I heard that the Celestial Tranquility Department has already obtained the Holy Dragon Mantra and is currently researching it. In a few days, it will be fused into the human dragon fist and imparted to those who have made contributions. Once one cultivates this mantra, one will have the aptitude to become a saint. In the future, it will be smooth sailing when one truly becomes a saint. A scholar's eyes lit up. The news has already been spread everywhere. The entire world is going crazy. Look, the number of people coming to the Sin province has increased by several times. In a few days, the news will ferment. I'm afraid this place will be packed with people, and not even a drop of water can trickle through. Everyone wants to charge into the demon region to kill the demon lord, establish themselves, and obtain the teachings. As he spoke, this scholar turned a wrist guard on his hand. This wrist guard immediately shot out a ball of light, forming a screen. Many messages and news appeared on the screen. Wonderful, Brother Tan, what kind of new thing is this? Another scholar asked. This wrist guard is the newest product of the Celestial Tranquility Department. It's called the Communication Wrist Guard. This wrist guard communicates with the heavens net that the Celestial Tranquility Department has set up. In the unseen world, one can receive all kinds of information from it. There's first-hand information from the government, as well as the latest news from all over the country. One can even inquire about all kinds of information and learn all kinds of knowledge. Because my clan has made contributions to the Imperial Court, we were rewarded with this batch first. However, this item will soon circulate in the market. This scholar with the surname Tan laughed loudly, feeling very proud of himself. There are countless layers of the demon region, and the number of demon race is innumerable. They far outnumber all the citizens of our Imperial Court. A deep scholar said, in this general trend, some people might appear within the demon race. I think the crazy counterattack of the demon race might not be far off. Chapter 8:11. The Devil Clan's Counterattack. The Devil Clan's Counterattack? When Gu Qinsha saw this, he knew that it was only a matter of time. Although the Imperial Court's morale was at its peak, it was still at a disadvantage compared to the Devil Clan in terms of numbers. Moreover, during the catastrophe, the elites of the Devil Clan would emerge one after another. It would be ridiculous if the Devil Clan didn't fight back at all. Only by fighting back and repelling many times could they train the will of the people of the entire Imperial Court. Many injured people came out of the portal. Immediately, the medical team of the Imperial Court went to help them. They were quickly sent to the clinic, which had become a stable channel of help. Moreover, anyone who was injured in the battle with the Devil Clan would be treated for free. This was the benevolent policy of the Imperial Court, which was praised by many people. Over time, it became a symbol of the benevolence of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court relied on many things to accumulate little by little, and finally gathered a huge amount of people's support. Finally, it won the hearts of the people. Gu Qinsha didn't want to take action. In a flash, his eyes saw through the endless space and went straight to the depths of the demon area. He found that some spaces in the depths of the demon area had been opened by powerful devil chi. Countless Devil Clan troops were gathering there, including ox-headed devils, sheep-headed devils, horse-faced devils, pygmy devils, iron-armored devils, nether-armored great devils, blood devils, zombie devils, skeleton devils, insect devils, snake devils, poison devils, rope devils, gold devils, giant devils, dragon devils, black evil devils, elephant devils, lion devils, eagle devils, fire devils, earth devils, tree devils. Thousands of kinds of Devil Clan began to gather and swarmed toward the demon area in the bottomless sea of sin. The Devil Clan was as numerous as the grains of sand in the desert. It was impossible to count them. Among them, a large number of devil gods gathered together and formed a magic array, sweeping over with overwhelming momentum. Nobody knew how many old antiques were hidden in a magic array. The heavenly devil was also hidden among them. The Devil Clan has finally launched a decent counterattack, but still useless. Strength is strength. Although Heaven's will favors the Devil Clan in the battle between the Spirit Clan and the Devil Clan, our strength is too strong. Even if the Devil Clan has Heaven's will, they will definitely lose. Gooch and Shan naturally wouldn't take action himself, because it was not his turn yet. This matter would naturally be dealt with by the Imperial Court. At the same time, he could also see how many experts there were among the people. Only in the midst of a devil calamity would one be able to see who the hero was. Rumble. In the first layer of the Chaos Zone, close to the bottomless sea of sin, there was no devil aura left. All the devil aura had been transformed by the Imperial Court with magic arts, and then a huge fortress was built. This stronghold shone with golden light, and it was engraved with the largest devil-subduing inscriptions. The stronghold was much larger than the Great Stone Wall, and there were all sorts of spaces inside. Within these spaces, there were devils that had already transformed into Guardian Vajras. These Guardian Vajras were constantly chanting mantras, accumulating power to restrain the devils and prevent them from counterattacking. Originally, this stronghold was forged from underworld iron and underworld jade, using the blood and sweat of countless devils. Later, it was seized by the Calming Immortal Department, who turned many devils into Guardian Vajra, and then used this as the foundation to reforge it. Only then did it become the demon-subduing stronghold. This devil-subduing fortress was the strongest line of defense against the demons. Just as the devil army was rolling in, the devil-subduing stronghold suddenly emitted a tide of golden light. The golden light was like a wave, and within it were countless tiny runes that were chanting, capable of purifying all devils made of demonic chi. Immediately, the devil army stopped at the edge of the first layer of the Chaos Zone and began to set up camp. They didn't dare approach for fear of suffering heavy losses. The two sides began to face off in the first layer of the Chaos Zone. The first layer of the Chaos Zone was very vast, almost as large as the Wildlands. The Chaos Zone had layers upon layers, and there was no end to it. At the very least, no one had yet discovered how many layers there were. Right now, the Imperial Court had only invaded the first layer of the demon region. They had swept through the area and captured all the demons. Some of the adventurers who had entered the demon region could no longer find any demons to deal with in the first layer of the demon region, so they could only take the risk and enter the second layer of the demon region. Some of the experts who had cultivated magic power, or even higher, could directly enter the depths of the third or fourth layer of the demon region to kill demons. Of course, they could also obtain more wealth. Apart from that, many experts from aristocratic families formed hunting teams to hunt in the depths of the Chaos Zone. But this time, they encountered the gathering of the demon army and suffered a huge loss. Look, that's the Siddha family. Their family used to be a second or third-rate family. More than 10 years ago, the highest elder in the family was only at the Golden Core realm, Tao realm, 18 transformations. But now, a genius appeared in their family called Situ Hungzhong. He actually obtained a fortuitous encounter and reached the God realm, and he might even become a saint. Although the demon disaster had erupted, many people weren't afraid. Instead, they were excited. More people were pointing and discussing with each other. Becoming a saint requires talent, right? Only those with natural talent can become a saint. Otherwise, no matter how many fortuitous encounters they have, it's useless. If Situ Hungzhong becomes a saint, won't there be another saint family? Not necessarily. Apart from natural talent, one can also comprehend variables. But then again, if a family produces a saint, as long as they refine their blessed land into a small-sized world, they will become a saint family that will last for thousands of years. But small-sized worlds are hard to refine. There really are many heroes. In 100 years, many new saint families will appear and the old ones will be eliminated. The best among the old families is the Wu family. Marshal Saint actually revived and joined the calming celestial agency. He actually became a celestial lord. In the future, the Wu family won't be a saint family, but a celestial lord family. Moreover, Martial Emperor has already submitted, and Martial Saint is personally nurturing him. But Wu Dangkong has disappeared. This girl has the Heaven's Sacrifice talisman and has the face of the Son of Heaven, but the situation isn't going her way. It seems like even the will of the heavens can't help her. Man conquers the heavens isn't just a saying. Man conquers the heavens. This is the philosophy of our Yonko. We don't need to fear the heavens. Our ancestors don't need to follow the laws, and our words don't need to be compassionate. Our Yonko people split the heavens and earth apart. We don't respect the gods, the ghosts, and the heavens. That's why we can create an unprecedented situation. The demon race army has gathered and the counterattack has begun. I think that not long from now, we will fight. After we defeat the demon race's counterattack, we will earn a huge sum. Haven't you ever thought about failure? If the demon race defeats us, won't all lives be lost? That's impossible. We've never thought about failure. We're invincible. Look at how much the world has changed and how rich our foundations are. You should know that we can't possibly fail. A few decades ago, Tao realm people were patriarch-level existences among the people. They were like divine dragons that could be seen but not seen. But now, I'm afraid more than half of the people in the entire nation have entered the Tao realm. That's true. Failure is too far away for us. Look, the Imperial Court's demon subduing stronghold has successfully stopped the demon race army's attack. Let's figure out a way to earn merit in this devil apocalypse. If we can earn merit, we'll be taught, even if it's just a holy dragon pill. We'll be able to become a sage and establish a foundation and clan that will last for eternity. Right now, aside from Sita Hungzhong, the strongest people among the people are Sun Yu of the Sun clan, Kong Shi of the Kong clan, Meng He of the Meng clan, Mo Fei of the Mo clan, Xia Qi of the Xia clan, and Yin Xiu of the Yin clan. All of them have had countless fortuitous encounters, and in the battle against the demon race, they've even killed devil god-level experts. They're all going to become sage clans very soon. Gu Chench's divine will moved. Everyone's words and information were absorbed into his divine will. Immediately, everyone's condition, even their past and future, appeared in his mind. With a single thought, he could see through anyone's life and death cycle. He could even see through everything that a person had experienced and not experienced. There's no trace of the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven's destined person is among the demon race? That's impossible. Only humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. The Emperor of Heaven can only appear among humans. Even if the demon race has been blessed by the mandate of heaven, they still have to exterminate our Yonko. But the Emperor of Heaven definitely won't appear among the demon race. Gu Chansha shook his head and sighed. It seems like if the Emperor of Heaven was so easy to find, he wouldn't be called the Emperor of Heaven. Brother, why are you sighing? At this time, a voice came from beside Gu Chansha. The demon race is running amok. They've gathered their armies and are preparing to invade again. We're in the midst of making contributions. If a real man doesn't contribute to the country and only sighs, what's the point of being successful? Gu Chansha hurriedly turned around and saw a young man around 14 or 15 years old. The young man was clad in armor and held a long spear in his hand. He was full of heroic spirit as he spoke to him. Little brother, I'm not sighing because the demon race is running amok, but because the heavenly Tao is unpredictable. The calamity is about to arrive, and all living beings are going to be wiped out. Why can't the heavens accept humans, and why the demon race is multiplying? Gu Chench's heart jumped, and he opened his mouth to speak. He could see that although this teen was a little immature, his cultivation wasn't low. He had actually reached the 7th transformation of the Tao realm, leaving the ground-soaring realm. He cultivated the human dragon fist, and his aura was calm and calm. His talent was actually that of a genius, and he could be considered a top person. I don't dare. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Natural. The teen known as Zhang Xiren placed a spear on his back and cupped his fists. Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures, so naturally, they are noble. Nobility comes with many trials and tribulations. If there aren't so many tribulations, then humans won't be able to show their nobility. That makes sense. I didn't expect that you would be able to understand such a theory at such a young age. Guqin Shah was the same age as the Heavenly Talisman dynasty. He was 35 now, and according to normal age, he would be middle-aged. When he looked at Zhang Ziren, it was like he was looking at himself when he was 14 years old. Chapter 8:12. 1 second to remember 09, providing you with exciting reading. Chapter 8:10. The 9 heavenly kings. This Zhang Ziren was quite outstanding, but there was nothing particularly mystical about him. He was hot-blooded, diligent, persistent, pure, brave, and other good qualities. If he were to be tempered, he would have a chance of becoming someone great in the future. However, there were too many youths like this in the calmness division. If he were to be placed among the many youths that the calmness division nurtured, Zhang Ziren would be considered to be in the middle of the pack. There were many who were more talented, hard-working, and hot-blooded than him. Guqin Shah had been observing him for a long time, and he had already seen through everything about this youth. This youth's family was a third-rate aristocratic family, and he was from a side branch of the family. He wasn't very outstanding at first, and had been bullied by the family. However, because of some fortuitous encounter, he had matured and become a genius, and now he had a position in the family. He wanted to make a name for himself, and had done many things. There were tens of thousands of such youths throughout the country. This was a testament to the prosperity of the Yanko family. After speaking a few words with Zhang Ziren, Guqin Shah began to search for the Emperor of Heaven's karmic providence again. This Zhang Ziren also entered the portal and went to the demon's subduing stronghold to accept a mission, hoping to make a name for himself. The Emperor of Heaven's karmic providence really hides itself well. Just who is it? There are no clues at all. I've tried my best to calculate, but to no avail. It's as if there's a layer of fog in front of me. Of course, this is because my own cultivation are insufficient. There's also one thing I haven't broken through and become a celestial lord. If I had become a celestial lord, I'm afraid the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to blind my senses. Guqin Shah pondered. Guqin Shah hadn't yet comprehended the Tao of divergence, because it was more than 1,000,000,000,000 times more difficult for him to comprehend than anyone else. Once he broke through, he would truly stand on the opposite side of the heavenly Tao, and there would no longer be any room for reconciliation. Apart from that, after he broke through, he would even be able to peek into the true intentions and mysteries of the heavenly Tao. 09, small, say net. 09, the process of searching for the Emperor of Heaven's chosen one was also a form of cultivation. If he could really find some clues about the Emperor of Heaven being the chosen one, his cultivation would probably take another step forward. He would completely understand the heavenly Tao, and it would not be difficult for him to comprehend a divergent. His cultivation might even reach a terrifying level. Of course, the current Guqin Shah was already terrifying enough. While Guqin Shah was searching for the reincarnation of the Emperor Heaven-Earth, the construction of a huge alliance in the Black Heaven-Earth sect had reached its most crucial stage. Patriarch Heaven and Earth, Xian Xen, Immortal Master, Wan Xinshi, Dharma Saint, Wu Dangkong, Heavenly Lord Victorious Doer, Heavenly Lord Yuan Gu, and Heavenly Lord Pu Tua, the 9 core figures of the Alliance were still refining a heart. That heart was the most mysterious of all the infinity treasures, the Infinity Heart. Although it was ranked the last of the infinity treasures, being the 36th, the profundities and transformations contained within it far surpassed those of the other infinity treasures. At this time, the 9 existences were injecting power into the Infinity Heart, and it started to grow. The Infinity 36 treasures were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. After they were born, they would continue to grow. The key to their growth was actually very simple. It was the power of worship. The more power was sacrificed, the purer it was, and the faster the Infinity 36 treasures would grow. The reason why Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian's Infinity Sword and Infinity Blade, which were ranked first among the Infinity Treasures, couldn't tear apart heaven and earth, slash through the universe, and destroy the void was because they were just born and not in their complete form. It was like the difference between a newborn black tortoise and an adult black tortoise. A newborn black tortoise was very weak and could even capture someone with 10 transformations of the Tao realm. However, an adult black tortoise was something that even a sage couldn't deal with. An adult Infinity 36 Treasures was completely different from an adult one. It could be said that if Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian joined forces, they could only fight a celestial venerable. But if their Infinity Sword and Infinity Blade reached perfection, they could kill Tian Shou with just one blade. Unfortunately, Gu Tianjian and Gu Changjian couldn't control the worship right now. Gu Changjian and Gu Tianjian had control over some tribes in the wilderness, but these sacrifices were like a drop in the bucket. They couldn't feed the Infinity Sword and Infinity Blade, and they couldn't fully grow. Only when the destiny of all the people of the Central Plains gathered together could this divine artifact grow rapidly and become a colossus. The Infinity 36 Treasures had already been born, including the 3 dukes and 8 marquises that Gu Chansha had obtained, Fong Lin, and the 9 Infinity Treasures that had been fused into the Divine Prefecture Gourd had yet to fully mature. But Gu Chansha wasn't planning on using these treasures. Instead, he was planning on seizing their essences and destiny to pour into his Divine Prefecture Gourd to refine his own magic treasure. Otherwise, if he fed them to the Infinity Treasures, they would easily take over and cause him to be trapped. Even Wen Hong now understood the restrictions that the Infinity Cauldron placed on him, so he gave it to Gu Chansha and let him refine it. The result was that once he gave up on the Infinity Treasures, Wen Hong immediately comprehended the Tao of Divergent and had a chance to reach the Celestial Venerable Realm. From this, it could be seen that Wen Hong was worthy of being the former child of destiny. However, the Boundless Heart was currently being refined by the 9 magnates. Apart from Wu Dangkong and Xian Xian, the other 9 magnates were all incomparably powerful characters from the ancient times. They had created their own worlds, and within them, they had nurtured countless commoners. When gathered together, they could form a mountainous amount of faith energy, which could be infused into the Boundless Heart. Naturally, the Boundless Heart would erupt with immense power, and it would also grow rapidly. The Infinity Heart inside the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth had already grown to the size of the Divine Prefecture. As it squirmed, it unleashed a powerful force. With a slight twitch, a large amount of chaos chi was sucked into it and turned into energy, which was then ejected and turned into heavenly chi that was of a higher grade than immortal chi. As a result, the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth was greatly nourished, and the ancient Black Gate of Heaven and Earth was showing signs of evolution. It's about time. Patriarch Heaven and Earth suddenly stopped. Have you sensed anything? Heaven's will is unpredictable. When I was refining the Infinity Heart, I vaguely sensed some kind of Heaven's will. The Chosen One, the Emperor of Heaven, has appeared. Did you all feel it? I also sensed some fragmented information. When I put them together, it's indeed shocking. That's the Emperor of Heaven we're talking about. Behind Immortal Master Wan's bronze mask, there was a trembling voice. However, I also received another piece of information. One of the 9 heavenly kings by the future Sky Emperor's side, Xiao Yan, has already reincarnated and became the Sky Emperor's protector in advance. This person reincarnated as a person of the Burning Land more than 30 years ago and established the Great Burning Dynasty. I can see the future clearly now. Heavenly Lord Yuan Gu, one of the 3 heavenly lords, said. Heavenly Venerate Yuan Gu, one of the 3 great heavenly venerates, said, the future era will be the era of the true celestial arch. We have been in a chaotic era ever since the creation of the world. There is no true ruler in this world. The unprecedented tribulation of ancient immortal treading is actually paving the way for the emergence of the celestial arch. Whoever can eliminate this scourge will be able to ascend to the throne of the celestial arch and become the true ruler of this world. Everyone, it looks like we're going to find the Emperor of Heaven's destined one, said Yuan-gu, one of the 3 heavenly lords. If we take him under us, even if he worships us a little, we'll become the Emperor of Heaven's teachers. In the future, we'll be able to attack and defend. Teaching the Emperor of Heaven is a great merit. It's not so easy to obtain. In the future, the Emperor of Heaven has 9 heavenly kings. They help the Emperor of Heaven operate the heavenly Tao, monitor the world, and kill all kinds of beings that disrespect the world. Xiao Yin is one of the heavenly kings and is called the Great Burning King. He's the strongest person who controls flames in the world. Other than him, the other 8 heavenly kings haven't appeared yet. However, as time passes, they'll definitely appear one by one, said Heavenly Lord Pu Ta. I didn't expect our cultivation to improve after condensing the Endless Heart. We've also obtained so much information. At this moment, Wu Dankong also spoke. This time, I've received everyone's cultivation buffs and improved a lot. In time, I'll reach the peak of the Saint Realm and reach the Tao Realm 36 changes. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Indeed, Xin Xin seemed to be trying to please Wu Dankong. Since ancient times, the giants have never gathered like this, and the Endless Heart has never appeared. However, you've obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Decree, which will be of great help to us. The Heaven Sacrificial Decree itself is under the command of the heavens. Apart from that, it might be the best treasure to find the destined one of the Emperor of Heaven. That's right. The Dharma Saint said, if we use the Heaven Sacrificial Decree well, we can use this advantage to find the Emperor of Heaven's destined one. The old antiques exchanged glances and nodded in their hearts. No matter what, the Heaven Sacrificial Decree wasn't just an invincible treasure. It was also the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. It would definitely be of great help to control the future. Apart from the Heaven Sacrificial Decree, the Endless 36 treasures are also the most important items to find the Emperor of Heaven's whereabouts. Unfortunately, most of them are in the hands of Gu Chen's Celestial Tranquility Department. The Immortal Master couldn't help but sigh. As for the Great Burning Heavenly King, because he was defeated by Gu Chensha, he actually abandoned his empire and pledged his allegiance to the Sun Moon Gu Chensha. If Gu Chensha finds the Celestial Emperor's chosen one and gets devoured, I'm afraid that no one will be able to suppress him. Looks like we have to secretly contact the Great Burning King, Xiao Yin, who is the current Burning World, to join our alliance. Apart from that, the brothers Gu Tanjian and Gu Changjian are the reincarnations of the Endless Sword and the Endless Blade. We have to rope them in as well. Rope in all the forces that can be roped in. Celestial Master Victorious Battle said, I've also received news that the Primeval Dragon Gates, the Great Spirit God, and Primeval Old Man were expelled by Gu Chensha. We can rope in Primeval Old Man, but forget about the Great Spirit God. Just kill him and refine him as a sacrifice to the Endless Heart. That's true. Wan Xinchi agreed. I don't trust the Great Spirit God. Even the Celestial Tranquility Department is more open and above board than him. The Martial Sage joined the Celestial Tranquility Department and became a heavenly venerate. The Longevity God is also about to become a heavenly venerate. If we join the Great Spirit God, we'll be killed and have our destiny stolen. There's basically no benefit to speak of. I suggest we kill this demon. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 813. Unexpectedly, all of the old-timers present agreed not to recruit the Great Spirit God, but to kill and refine him instead. From this, it could be seen that the Great Spirit God had plotted against many of his companions over the years to gain his cultivation base. However, because of his reputation, none of the heavyweights trusted him or cooperated with him, which led to him making enemies on all sides. The Celestial Pacification Department wanted to kill him, and so did the alliance of Wan Xinchi and the other three celestials. No one was willing to have such a sinister, vicious, and cunning person take advantage of them while they were in a life-and-death situation. Right now, there are three factions: the Celestial Pacification Department, the Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha, and us. Each of us has some clues about the Emperor of Heaven. We have the Endless Heart and the Heavenly Sacrifice Talisman. The Celestial Pacification Department has a large number of endless treasures. As for Gu Tiansha, he's the Sun Moon Lord and the Emperor of Heaven's most important advisor. Of course, the Sun Moon Lord has mutated and is no longer the future Sun Moon Lord. In the future, Gu Tiansha doesn't actually exist. Patriarch Heaven and Earth was the most mysterious and unfathomable among the group of old-timers, and the aura he exuded made them feel a little apprehensive. In addition, Gu Tiansha has also roped in the future Skyblaze King Xiaoyan. That way, he'll have a huge advantage when it comes to finding the Emperor of Heaven. Our top priority is to use the Endless Heart to gather the other endless treasures and find the other heavenly kings. What should we do about the other heavenly kings? If they're all like Skyblaze King Xiaoyan, he's no weaker than us. Even if we absorb them into our alliance, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Celestial Victorious Doer pondered Patriarch Heaven's suggestion. We've formed an alliance of 9 people, and that's the highest stratagem. Don't absorb anyone else. Even if the prehistoric old man were to enter, he would not have the right to control the heart of infinity. If he is unwilling, then he will be killed, just like the great spirit god. Patriarch Heaven and Earth sounded a bit murderous. As for the 9 heavenly kings, that's easy. There are 9 of us, and we can each find one of them, kill them, and steal their destiny and cultivation bases. That way, we'll all have the destiny of the 9 heavenly kings, and we'll be second only to the Emperor of Heaven, but we'll be able to enjoy boundless benefits. Not only will we be millions upon millions of times more powerful than we are now, but if the 9 of us work together, we might even be able to kidnap the Emperor of Heaven. Exactly. Wu Dang Kong clapped his hands and said, "The celestial monarch is nothing. If we can find the person who carries the fate of the celestial monarch and refine him, wouldn't the Hotian Dao be controlled by the 9 of us?" Hearing what Wu Dangkong said, the old-timers cursed him for being an idiot. The Emperor of Heaven's destiny isn't that easy to refine. Refining the 9 heavenly kings is already the limit. If we refine the Emperor of Heaven, we'll be going against the heavenly Tao and walking down the same path of no return as Gu Taxian. It's like a dynasty. If you, as a subject, defeat another subject and obtain an official position, that's an internal struggle. But if you touch the Emperor, you'll be rebelling, and the heavens won't tolerate it. After all, this woman is still young and doesn't know the big picture. She'll die sooner or later, so we don't need to remind her. Just wait for her to die. Then the decree will fall into my hands. This alliance of 9 people was very scheming against each other. The Dharma Saint just sneered inwardly at the old-timers' expressions, a trace of unfathomable mystery in the depths of his eyes. He had the faint aura of the heavenly longevity realm. In other words, in the process of condensing the endless heart, the Dharma Saint had obtained great benefits. He was already touching the edge of the heavenly longevity realm. As long as he had the chance, he would be able to break through and reach the heavenly longevity realm. Martial Saint, back in the ancient era, you and I established a clan together. Among the many sages, you were number 1 in martial prowess, and I was number 1 in management. In the end, we were evenly matched, and I didn't surpass you in the end. Our ideals are actually diametrically opposed. This is what it means to violate the law, to be hated by the law. The Dharma Saint said in his heart, "Now that we've both come back to life and become heavenly venerables, I want to know whether your choice is correct or mine. You chose to be with the Celestial Tranquility Bureau to reverse the heavenly Tao, which is in line with your style of martial prowess. As for me, I chose to educate the Emperor of Heaven and become the Emperor of Heaven's teacher, making the Emperor of Heaven obey my laws. This is the true great Tao. You only know how to destroy and not build. In the end, you're just a brute, a mere bandit. No matter what, there must be laws in the world, and with laws, there must be me. I am the laws, and the laws are me. One day, I and the laws will become inseparable. The Dharma Saint's ambition was not to become the Emperor of Heaven, but to become the Emperor of Heaven's teacher, to teach the Emperor of Heaven how to manage the world. He had been the teacher of the Son of Heaven. Many ancient sons of heaven had asked the Dharma Saint about the way to manage the country, but he was not satisfied now. The Son of Heaven was nothing. The Emperor of Heaven was the true, limitless, supreme ruler. As for teaching the Emperor of Heaven how to manage the world, that would be a great honor and merit. Not to mention surpassing everything, there was no need to anger the heavenly Tao. In fact, he would even be assisting the heavenly Tao. This was the safest method. Of course, this method was also upright and pure. It could be said to be an unbreakable righteous path. Therefore, the Dharma Saint was very confident in this. Next, let's take action. However, if we act alone, we'll easily fall into Gu Chencha's hands. Right now, Gu Chencha is more powerful than any of us. Once Senshi said, he was able to enter the chaotic dragon sect and force the great spirit god and the chaotic dragon sect away. Then, he defeated the great inferno heavenly king Xiao Yan and took away the 7 infinite treasures, which he integrated into his divine landlord. He's so terrifying. We can only fight him if we work together. That's true. The victorious heavenly lord frowned. My daughter, Do Yu, is also in his hands. Even the immortal-killing, God-killing gourd is lost. Because I was refining the unbounded heart and comprehending the future of Heaven's will, I sensed the news of the Emperor of Heaven's chosen one. I didn't manage to save her in time. The immortal-killing, God-killing gourd is a treasure with a great destiny. It's also an important treasure for the Emperor of Heaven to be born in the future. Now that it's in Gu Chencha's hands, won't the world belong to Gu Chencha? Patriarch Heaven and Earth was a little worried. His destiny is very strong now. There's nothing we can do about it. Once Gu Taxian is at a disadvantage in the battle against the heavenly way, his destiny will plummet. It can be said that he'll fall to his death even if he walks. The primordial heavenly lord said coldly, but the heavenly way and Gu Taxian are in a stalemate. The most important thing is the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven rises and leads the heroes to establish order, the heavenly way's power will increase greatly. It will completely suppress Gu Taxian and even devour him. I just don't know where the Emperor of Heaven is now. I think that Gu Chencha is also looking for him. We have to closely monitor the Celestial Tranquility Department. It's a pity that it's watertight. We can't plant anyone inside at all. All the disciples of the Celestial Tranquility Department, including their past and future, are recorded in the Little Hongmeng tree. It's impossible for any spies to appear. Wu Dang Kong furrowed his brows. I've tried to plant people into the calming immortal department multiple times, but I've never succeeded once. Some of them were brainwashed after they were planted, and they became the most loyal members of the calming immortal department. We have to think of a way to enter the Celestial Tranquility Department and obtain their secrets. Don't even think about it. Since ancient times, there hasn't been any organization more secretive than the Celestial Tranquility Department. There's no way to infiltrate them. Especially now, the Celestial Tranquility Department is spreading the human dragon fist. Gu Chencha and the others have added their own Daos into it. Anyone who cultivates the human dragon fist will automatically believe in their Daos. The deeper they cultivate, the more profound their Daos will be. It's almost unchangeable. More importantly, Gu Chencha's heaven-mending Tao, the heaven-reforming Tao, is also one of the truths. Gu Chencha is the most powerful opponent since ancient times. In the future, he won't be any weaker than the celestial talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian. If we underestimate him, we might die without a burial in the future. Heavenly Lord Pu Tuo had already regarded Gu Chencha as the second Gu Taxian. Gu Taxian. A deep hatred flashed in the depths of Xian Xian's heart. Every time he heard this name, He couldn't help but feel incomparably angry. He wanted nothing more than to tear everyone from the Gu clan into pieces and refine their souls into treasures so that they would be eternally tormented by flames, never to rise again. In the past, Gu Taxian killed me and even snatched away the woman I loved the most. Even now, that woman is still a concubine in the imperial court. I must take revenge on him no matter what. If I don't resolve this karma, I'm afraid I'll never be able to enter the supreme realm and become a heavenly lord. First, I must obtain this Wu Dankong, then all the women Gu Taxian has left behind as my subordinates. I'll conquer them one by one and finally kill them. Only then can I resolve the hatred in my heart. Xian Xian roared in his heart. At the same time, in the wildlands, in the new imperial palace, a group of concubines were gathered together to discuss an important matter. With the disappearance of the heavenly talisman sovereign, Gu Taxian, the ones who felt the most awkward were the concubines and the empress. These concubines were from various clans and sects, and there were also some who were born as commoners. But in truth, they were all hiding their strength. Logically speaking, the immortal sovereign was also one of the concubines of the heavenly talisman sovereign. It was just that the immortal sovereign's strength was simply too tyrannical. Empress Law, it's not a good idea for us to stay in the palace for too long and wait for changes to take place. Many concubines and the empress gathered together, with the Empress Law as the center, discussing fervently. Concubine Lei spoke first. His Majesty's disappearance was rumored to be an earth-shattering event. But with the current situation, it's very likely that we'll be swept away by the repercussions and annihilated. Compared to the other major powers, we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves. What should we do now? Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 814. Concubine Lei's maiden family was the Lei clan, a true god clan. The Thunder God had dominated the ancient times and was a true god. In the end, he was sealed by the heavenly talisman emperor. However, despite this, the Lei clan still had a small Kiliacosm, many primordial treasures, and many deity-level experts. They were able to sit firmly on the throne of a first-rate clan. Sounds of nature. However, ever since the Lei clan went crazy and forced the abdication of the throne by Wu Dankong, the two brothers, Extreme Thundersource and Extreme Thunderblood, were still kneeling in the public square, cursing day and night, becoming a laughingstock. Later on, the Lei clan was unwilling to accept defeat and was prepared to seek refuge with Wan Senshi. No one could have expected that the new divine land that Wan Senshi had created was actually taken away by Gu Qinsha, completely defeating the alliance of 10,000 immortals and causing this old antique to be constantly on the run. From then on, as Gu Qinsha grew stronger and stronger, the Department of Tranquil Immortals dominated the world, and it was easy for ghosts and gods to avoid them. The Lei clan could only go into complete seclusion, hiding and avoiding calamity. However, this could not last for long. As the Department of Tranquil Immortals established the Skynet, the power of the Supreme Marshal of Common People, the Marquis of Common People, and the King of Common People grew stronger and stronger. The aristocratic clans were now completely under surveillance. Even the small Kiliacosm was useless, unable to resist the prying eyes. It could be said that now, the background of all the aristocratic clans had been turned inside out by Gu Qinsha. The Department of Tranquil Immortals had all the secrets of the various worlds in their grasp, and their every move was also under surveillance. As long as the aristocratic clans made any move that was detrimental to the world, they would be immediately wiped out. At critical moments, all the powers knew that the Department of Tranquil Immortals was absolutely ruthless and would not show any mercy. However, ever since the Lei clan lost the battle with the Imperial Court, Concubine Lei had never contacted the Lei clan again. She had not even seen her own son, Gu Qinsha. She knew very well that Gu Qinsha had been at odds with Gu Qinsha since they were young. He had even bullied Gu Qinsha often. Now that Gu Chansha was in power, although he did not kill this brother, if Gu Jinsha continued to be arrogant and despotic, he would definitely die. He might even implicate the Lei Fei. Concubine Lei did not think that she would not be killed just because she was a concubine. In front of the Tao of the Bureau of Calming Immortals, anyone who stood in her way would be crushed into powder. No one was an exception. Wu Dankong was also a Ming concubine. If she had not dodged quickly, she would probably have been caught by the Bureau of Calming Immortals to cleanse the Emperor's side. Actually, His Majesty treats us quite well. We all have the blood of His Majesty in our veins and have been tainted by his aura. These days of cultivation, my magic power has increased, and I have broken through one level after another. The Empress of Law said, His Majesty's every move contains deep meaning. We will definitely be of great use in the future, and we are not just simple concubines. Think about it. The 3 dukes and 8 marquises that the Emperor favors, Fong Lin, is actually the reincarnation of the boundless treasure. We are the people closest to His Majesty. However, we are currently not strong enough. Although it is safe to hide in the palace and not come out, I vaguely know that there will be a huge change in the Heavenly Talisman 36 years. If we continue to be like this, I'm afraid we will be in real danger. Also, Concubine Shuang, I heard that Xian Xian has been resurrected. You have to be careful of his revenge. Back then, His Majesty killed Xian Xian because of you, Fan Fei said to a concubine who was sitting in the corner of the hall. This was Concubine Shuang. Her real name was Ning Qing Shuang. This woman's temperament was cold and arrogant, much colder and more arrogant than the woman who was the reincarnation of the boundless needle. She often sat quietly, like an iceberg, not moving or speaking. She had been in the palace for decades, but did not have any children. It was rumored that she was Xian Xian's fiancée, but she fell in love with the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor. Xian Xian flew into a rage, but was killed by the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor. Of course, there was another reason why the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor rose to power in the Black Heaven Earth sect and was suppressed by Xian Xian. As the son of the sect master, Xian Xian held great power. Naturally, he would not tolerate someone more outstanding than him in the Black Heaven Earth sect. Back then, His Majesty killed Xian Xian. Now that he has been resurrected, His Majesty has given him a chance to live. If he continues to be stubborn, I'm afraid he will die without a burial place again. At that time, he will be seeking his own death, and no one will be able to save him. Ning Qingshuang's voice was like the wind in 10,000-year-old ice, capable of freezing people. Xian Xian's resurrection is because of Gu Tiansha, and Gu Tiansha's birth is also because of His Majesty. From this, we can conclude that even if Gu Tiansha is ambitious, he is in fact within His Majesty's calculations and arrangements. Xian Xian has already gathered with Patriarch Heaven and Earth, the 3 celestial venerables, and a large group of old antiques to cultivate the most mysterious of the endless 36 treasures, the Endless Heart. Now, Xian Xian has probably already matured. If he wants to untie the knot in his heart, he will definitely find you, or even us, and attack us. We have to guard against this, the Dharma Empress said. The Calming Immortal Department cannot just stand by and watch, Ning Qingshuang said. We can't rely on the Calming Immortal Department for everything. Whether they can protect us or not is another matter. Besides, we have no friendship with the Calming Immortal Department at all, and we even have a grudge against them. Don't forget about the palace infighting back then, and how our sons suppressed Gu Chunsha very fiercely. The Thunder Concubine shook her head. Everyone, the great calamity is coming, and you actually have no clue at all. No wonder you can't compare to that celestial master. Just as the many concubines and the Dharma Empress had yet to come up with a plan, a voice rang out. Then, within the great hall, the void split open. First, a peacock flew out. This peacock was colorful, magnificent, and noble, like a phoenix. Then, with a shake of its body, the peacock transformed into a woman. This woman was extremely charming and seductive. It was as if she had gathered all the charm in the world, but deep down, she was incomparably sacred. Peacock. The Dharma Empress' eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness, and then she was shocked. You became a celestial venerable. Peacock was also one of the heavenly talisman emperor's women. Her identity was not to be underestimated. She was the daughter of the lord of all demons, Li Wanlong. Back then, because of this matter, the heavenly talisman emperor had even entered the demon race's holy land, the nest of 10,000 dragons, to capture Li Wanlong and make him submit. However, that peacock did not marry into the palace, because it was not a good thing to have a female demon among the palace concubines. That's right, I became a celestial venerable, and so did my father. All these years, the nest of 10,000 dragons seemed to have quietened down, but in reality, it has been accumulating strength in secret. This time, I came to join forces with the concubines to deal with the upcoming great calamity and situation, Peacock said. Tell me, how do we join forces? Concubine Xian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Concubine Xian's son was the second prince, Gu Xiansha. He had originally been conferred the title of crown prince, and concubine Xian would be the empress dowager in the future. However, later on, it was discovered that this crown prince was a mere figurehead. Now, it was as if he had been deposed. He was locked up in the crown prince's residence all day, unable to go out at all, let alone command. Everyone in the imperial court was now part of the calming immortal bureau, and all government affairs were controlled by the general of people's lives. The common people did not recognize this crown prince at all, and there were even many ambitious people who wrote poems and articles to mock this crown prince for being useless. Therefore, concubine Xian could only remain silent. Under such circumstances, there was nothing she could do. All the previous methods of palace fighting had lost their effectiveness. Everyone, you probably don't know, but the Emperor of Heaven has been born. Peacock's words were shocking. This is a message that we, the nest of 10,000 dragons, received during our cultivation. Our nest of 10,000 dragons may not be as big as the other major forces, but we have long fought for the title of Lord of 10,000 demons, and have received the recognition of many demons in the world. Therefore, we naturally have a destiny. The Emperor of Heaven has been born, and, as a major force, the demons will in fact be ruled by the Emperor of Heaven in the future when he is born. The Emperor of Heaven has been born? The Empress of Law and the many concubines looked at each other, then slowly said, "This is indeed an unprecedented event." However, to be honest, even if the real Emperor of Heaven were to be born, he would not be as powerful as the Emperor. The only ruler of this world is the Emperor. That makes sense. Peacock said, however, the Emperor does not care about the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Even the heavenly Tao is just a piece of food to the Emperor. However, this food is a tough bone to chew. Then what should we do? Did the Emperor give you some secret edict? The Empress of Law's eyes brightened. Back then, the Emperor doted on you very much. You said you didn't want to marry into the palace, and the Emperor allowed it. The Emperor even gave you face and didn't kill Li Wanlong. He must have left something important for you. In this world, there are humans, gods, demons, and immortals. Among the 5 major categories, the demons have a portion of destiny. It is a pity that the demons have not produced an expert who can dominate the world. In the past, there was a North Star Emperor, but he was only a celestial lord. Now he has been refined. However, the demons are the most numerous existence in the world, much more than the demons. As the Lord of all demons, no matter how the heavenly Tao changes, a large portion of destiny is naturally within. Peacock said, naturally, the Emperor gave me something important. My father is going to step down and retreat behind the scenes. He will push me up to become the new Lord of all demons. However, there are many obstacles in this process, so I want to help. What do you think? What do we have to help you with? What benefits do we have? The Empress of Law asked, do you know how I became a celestial lord? It is all the blood that the Emperor left in my body. After refining it, I have all sorts of incredible abilities. Peacock said, the emperor left behind a formation. He once said that if there's a calamity, we sisters can practice together and communicate with our blood. That way, we can protect ourselves and do something that will affect the future of the heavenly Tao. What formation? The many concubines asked. This is the Heavenly Mother formation. If there is the Emperor of Heaven, then there must be a Heavenly Mother. The Emperor left behind a Heavenly Mother formation. If we practice this formation, we will be able to obtain information about the Emperor of Heaven. Then we can capture the Emperor of Heaven and educate him like mother and son, making him do things according to our will. Peacock said, the author recommends a free mobile app for you. Download large amounts of good content for offline reading, large amounts of free content for you to read, switch fonts, and have full night mode. Please follow the official WeChat account to download. Li Shidushi, press for 3 seconds to copy, install the app. Chapter 815. His Majesty left behind such a formation. Empress Law, Concubine Lei, Concubine Fan, Concubine Shuang, Concubine Hung, Concubine Xian, Concubine Hong, and Concubine Yin were all intrigued. Even the cold and unfeeling Concubine Shuang was moved. After all, it was left behind by Celestial Talisman Emperor. Only a man like him could move her. That's right, it's the Celestial Mother formation. That's right, it's the Mother Array formation. Actually, we've all been tainted by the Emperor's rain and dew. Our bodies have been transformed by the Emperor, and we have a special aura. Combining all of this, the Emperor created the Mother Array formation. If we cultivate it together, we can gather the Mother Chi. Each of us will receive the baptism of the Mother Chi, and our cultivation bases will increase by thousands of times. In time, all of you can become an Empyrean like me, or even stronger. What do you think? Celestial sovereigns? How could it be that easy? The Dharma Empress said, with the help of some secret treasures left behind by the Emperor, I managed to cultivate to the God realm with great difficulty. I also cultivated day and night, and with some fortuitous encounters, I didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. If you want to cultivate to become a celestial venerable, that is simply impossible. You can just say that we can cultivate to become celestial venerables. Not at all, Peacock said gravely. Don't you see that, Gu Qinsha? By cultivating to the 33 transformations and forming a saint heart of truth, he was already a domineering figure who could slaughter all the old-timers in the world. Not even the immortal Lord and immortal Master one were a match for him. Doesn't that subvert all logic? Gu Qinsha was raised by His Majesty himself. In addition, Sun Moon Lord Gu Tiansha is His Majesty's son, one of the strongest figures of this era. As the Emperor's wives, if we aren't even celestial sovereigns, we'll be tarnishing His Majesty's name. In truth, the past, present, and future of this era have been thrown into chaos, and the Tao of Heaven has changed. In the future, the celestial sovereign realm will no longer be an unreachable peak. Look, I used the celestial mother formation left behind by His Majesty to successfully condense a trace of celestial mother chi and become a celestial sovereign. If that's the case, then take out the formation. Let's study and circulate the formation together. The Dharma Empress said, if our magic powers really increase greatly and our cultivation realms improve by leaps and bounds, we will naturally assist you to become the true Lord of all demons. As far as I know, although you've become a celestial sovereign and become an existence comparable to the North Star Emperor, and even your father has become a celestial sovereign, I've heard that there are many talents in the demon race now. Some of the ancient kings of all demons have also been resurrected due to the changes in the Tao of Heaven, such as the previous generation's Black Dragon Great Sage, Heavenly Rock Great Sage, 4 Stars Divine Mother, and so on. After these old-timers were resurrected, not only did they have their own fortuitous encounters, they could also be reborn after a calamity and become celestial sovereigns. Moreover, these old-timers were able to resurrect because there's a mastermind behind them. They also want to seize the destiny of the demon race when the world changes. Although the demon race isn't as strong as humans, they have a large number of people and are superior to the demon race in this world. Whoever becomes the lord of all demons will even be able to obtain a position under the Emperor of Heaven in the future. Apart from that, even if the Tao of Heaven changes and the general situation is unclear, the Lord of all demons can still carve out his own territory and become a feudal lord. He can attack and retreat as he pleases. At this moment, Concubine Shuang and Ning Qing Shuang suddenly spoke. Oh! Peacock couldn't help but be shocked when she heard Concubine Shuang and Ning Qing Shuang's words. She didn't expect this woman to be so well-informed and know so many secrets of the demon race. I didn't expect little sister to be so well-hidden and know so many things. Back then, the master of the North Star ancestor of all demons was called the prehistoric old man. Rumor has it that he was born from the prehistoric Dragon Gate. He was extremely powerful and was in the heavenly longevity realm. He worked together with the great spirit god and carried out some sort of plan to revive the deceased lord of all demons. Concubine Shuang and Ning Qing Shuang said, "Peacock, don't look down on us. I know that your current situation is actually a little difficult, and you need our help to activate the Heavenly Mother formation. Therefore, our cooperation should be equal and not be dominated by you. I heard that ancestor Heaven and Earth, Xin Exant, the three heavenly venerables, Dharma Saint, Wu Dang Kong, Immortal Master, and Wan Senshi have all split the boundless heart into 9 parts. Why don't you take out your Heavenly Mother formation and give it to each of us?" Little Sister Qing Shuang is very eloquent. His Majesty taught me the Heavenly Mother formation, and I spent a lot of effort and who knows how many fortuitous encounters to refine the embryonic form of the Heavenly Mother formation. It's not complete. Forget it. Since little sister Qing Shuang knows that the demon race isn't stable, I have nothing else to say. I'll take out the formation and share it with everyone. As she spoke, Peacock shook her hand, and a formation containing endless mysteries appeared in front of the many concubines. This is a profound aura. At the same time, Gu Chansha, who was still in Xin Prefecture City, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the Wild Continent at the Imperial Palace. The capital of the Wild Continent was grand and majestic. There were tall buildings everywhere, and the Imperial Palace floated in the sky. It was a huge floating city. Countless commoners believed it to be a miracle. At the same time, it strengthened the great Yonko court's confidence in being invincible in every battle. Calamity after calamity, fate after fate, crisis after crisis, they were all easily overcome by the great Yonko court. What else could the court not win? With Gu Chinch's cultivation, he could already see everything that was happening in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was of utmost importance. It was impossible for Gu Chinch's calming immortal department to not have any eyes or plans. In fact, everything in the Imperial Palace, big or small, was under the control of the calming immortal department. Interesting. The demon race. The demon race is indeed huge, but it's too scattered. Even a lord of myriad demons from ancient times is only a title. It's impossible for him to rule over the demon race. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, I didn't expect Imperial Father to have left behind such a formation. However, there's nothing wrong with it. Dealing with Imperial Father's concubines is a problem. Their positions are very awkward. Our calming immortal department can't manage them, and they each have their own sons. In reality, they're also opposing us. Right now, Gu Jinsha, Gu Fasha, Gu Hengsha, and even Gu Fasha are still hiding in the dark. They hate our calming immortal department to the bone. If the world changes and they gain power, they'll immediately become a calamity. However, since this Heavenly Mother formation was left behind by Imperial Father, there must be a deeper meaning to it. Moreover, this formation might be able to spy on the Emperor of Heaven to a certain extent. Originally, he wanted to make a series of moves, but after careful consideration, Gu Chansha decided to wait and see. He traveled around Xin Province City, observing the changes. During this period of time, the confrontation between humans and demons seemed to be getting more and more intense. For some reason, the experts of the demon race and their armies in the countless layers of the demon realm were gathering in the first layer of the demon realm, once again forming a huge fortress. This time, the gathering of the demon race was much larger than any of the previous ones. One could even vaguely see the shadows of the ancient demon race among them. Some of the ancient demon race was rumored to have been extinct, but now it seemed that they were hiding in the deeper layers of the demon realm, waiting for the heavenly fate to come out and stir up trouble. Very good. Apart from the heaven demon, there's actually the star demon, the moon demon, the pan demon, the jade demon, the cloud demon, the feather demon, the yuan demon, the luo demon, and even the shadows of the chaos demon. Gu Chansha observed the camp of the demon race and nodded in his heart. It seems that in the 36th year of the heavenly talisman, the world has changed greatly, and there are many tribulations. Some of the experts of the demon race who have been hiding since ancient times have also come out. They were once said to have dissipated in the dust of history, but in reality, these ancient demon race are also hiding. The heaven demon race was the ruler of the demon race, but in reality, in ancient history, there was a demon race that was even stronger than the heaven demon race, and that was the chaos ancient demon. These chaos ancient demons were actually demonic creatures bred from the chaos, just like the immortal master and Wan Senshi. However, they were few in number, and because they knew that they might incur the jealousy of the heavens, they did not dare to come out and act recklessly. In reality, Wan Senshi and the immortal master had only come out in recent years and had always been in hiding. Recently, the demon race's army has been getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more experts. It's not easy to deal with them. That's right, we have attacked time and time again, but to no avail. In the past, we could capture some lone demon race members, but now we actually fell into the demon race's trap and were almost surrounded to death. If not for the people from the calming immortal department, we would probably all be dead. I think the demon race's invasion this time is no small matter. I don't know if the demons subduing fortress can defend. If it can't, the demon race will invade the Sin province. The imperial court must hold on. At this time, Gu Chansha saw another team coming out of the teleportation formation in a sorry state. There were 7 or 8 people in this team, and they were actually not weak. The strongest person had actually cultivated the 22 transformations of the Tao realm, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. In the past, such a realm would have been a top expert, and even now, they were all-powerful immortals. There were not many of them in the world, and when they entered the demon realm to kill the demon race, they were much faster than ordinary cultivators, and they could also obtain great benefits. But now, even such a team had returned in defeat. From this, it could be seen that the imperial court's plan to mobilize the people of the world to hunt and train the demon race had met with an obstacle. However, Gu Chansha had long since expected that the demon race would not allow the humans to hunt endlessly. They would definitely counterattack and even attack the divine prefecture. Chapter 8:16. The demon race once again gathered their offensive and defensive lines. Even the ancient demon race that had fallen in the river of history had appeared. Gu Chansha decided to personally attack and defeat the demon race's camp, using the ancient demon race to feed the divine land gourd. The divine land gourd was now in a very important period of transformation. After devouring the 9 infinity treasures and the immortal slaying god punishing gourd, Gu Chansha had been refining the gourd day and night, drawing on the power of the divine land. Gradually, the treasure's power had reached a certain limit, but it still lacked the crucial step of brewing the power of the universe. In fact, the current divine land gourd was already a medium-class world, and it was the limit of a medium-class world. It was about to give birth to the power of the universe. This was originally impossible, but Gu Chansha himself was an existence that could not appear. The infinity treasures had never appeared before. All the truths of the past had been overturned. Gu Chensha wanted to first refine the divine land gourd into a world of the universe. The essence of the infinity treasures contained the origin of the heaven realm, and they possessed unfathomable power. Gu Chensha had now completely digested them. Together with the 3 ducal 8 marquises and Fong Lin's 11 infinity treasures in the Hongmeng tree, the divine land gourd would have 20 infinity treasures. It was not surprising that Gu Chansha had nurtured something that surpassed the primal chaos in the divine land gourd. Given time, he would definitely be able to create a treasure even more powerful than the heavenly sacrifice talisman, the primitive dragon gate, and the Hongmeng tree. Moreover, the divine land itself was extremely mysterious. In the future Emperor of Heaven's era, the divine land would rise and become the heavenly court. Gu Chench's calculation of the divine land grand method and condensing the divine land gourd was in fact to control the future heavenly court, and also a part of the Emperor of Heaven's Tao. If the Emperor of Heaven lost the heavenly court, he would not be the Emperor of Heaven. One day, the Emperor of Heaven would control the divine land. This was the iron truth and law. The more powerful Gu Chansha cultivated the divine land gourd, the more advantageous it would be for him to fight the Emperor of Heaven for the divine land. Whoosh! Gu Chench's body disappeared. In the next moment, he arrived at the edge of the first layer of the infernal domain. At the entrance of the first and second layer of the demon domain, which was the most crucial point for the demon race's army, an incomparably huge fortress was built. It was also made of nether iron and nether jade, and it was reinforced with layers of demon formations. Countless demons chanted incantations that could almost overturn the universe, drown the sun and moon, and devour the world. In this vast infernal domain, the number of the infernal army was thousands of times more than the last time. Last time, the Pygmy Death Emperor of the Pygmy Demon race, the Demon Saint of the Demon race, had taken the lead and contacted several tens of demon races. Now, the demon race was using the wills of many ancient demons that had been hiding in the depths of the demon race for tens of thousands of races. Among them, there was no lack of celestial venerables or even heaven longevity realm primordial demons. However, in Gu Chench's view, none of these were existences that were difficult to defeat. It was not the first or second day that he had dealt with the pinnacle of the heavenly longevity realm. When he was not at the god level, he had forced Immortal Master Wan to abandon the minor chiliocosm of the new divine prefecture. After he had ascended to the god level, he had even refined the number 1 savage of the divine prefecture who had unparalleled combat strength in the heavenly longevity realm into the divine prefecture gourd. Later, he had entered the primeval dragon gate and forced away 2 heaven longevity realm experts, the primeval old man and the great spirit god. Now, he was at the saint realm. In terms of battle prowess, in a one-on-one battle, there was no one in the world who was a match for him. Perhaps even Gu Tiansha, the lord of the sun and moon, was no match for him. Only the celestial emperor or the chosen one could stop Gu Tiansha's ferocious might. Thus, before he knew it, Gu Tiansha had become the number 1 figure in the world. He didn't care about the demon race's gathering. In truth, as long as the Emperor Heaven's providence didn't rise to prominence, Gu Tiansha was invincible. He controlled the destiny of the Yonko nation of the Central Divine Land. He had gathered and refined the boundless power of sacrifices, making his sacred heart of truth even more powerful than the heart of infinity. Given time, he would break through layer by layer with unstoppable momentum. Let's give these demons a good beating. As Gu Chansha watched the massive demon stronghold fortify itself, he pondered what method he should use to destroy it. This demon stronghold was formed from the combined power of billions upon trillions of demons. The will of many ancient demons formed a massive formation. It could be said that even a heaven longevity realm expert wouldn't be able to break through this stronghold on their own. This was because it also contained countless layers of the demon realm's essence power. But in Gu Chench's view, this level of defense was full of loopholes. He only needed to use some transformation arts to burrow into it, and he would be able to completely dismantle it. Of course, this was something he had done in the past. He would rely on the wonders of his heavenly Tao magic to blend in, sow dissension, kill key figures, and shift the blame to the insiders. Then, he would either create chaos or steal important resources. In the past, he had dealt with Wu Dangkong, the Wu clan, the alliance of myriad immortals, and the barbarian tribe temple in the same way. But given his current status, he wouldn't use such methods to dismantle them. The strongest attack I've ever encountered was in the depths of the primitive Dragon Gate. It was an attack from the essence will of the primitive Dragon Gate. That lightning was called the Kiliakosm Primordial Dragon Lightning. The power of that lightning was equivalent to the explosion of a great thousand worlds. It almost blew me up and destroyed me in both body and spirit. I couldn't even resurrect myself. Fortunately, I comprehended its mysteries and used the power of that lightning to cultivate into a sage and condense my own saint heart of truth. Later, I comprehended a lot of things and comprehended the essence of this lightning. I integrated everything I learned into one furnace and turned it into the strongest one-time attack. This lightning is temporarily called the Emperor of Heaven's Wrath. Just like that, Gu Chansha stood in the sky above the demon stronghold without being discovered by any of the demons. Even if a heavenly lord stood here, he would have been discovered. But Gu Chencha's cultivation was just child's play. It was impossible for the origin of the demon domain to discover any traces of him. He also figured out that the attack of the demons this time was also instigated by the Great Spirit God. The Great Spirit God himself had devoured the sorcerer ancestor and the primordial heart demon. In fact, even a chaos ancient demon would be at a disadvantage in front of him. It was also possible that after the Great Spirit God was resurrected, he entered the demon domain and persuaded many hidden ancient demons to obtain the destiny of the demon race. The destiny of the demon race actually contained the will of the heavens. The Great Spirit God had instigated the demon race and, in fact, obtained the destiny of heaven in the unseen world. While thinking, Gu Chansha sat cross-legged in a destructive aura brood in the divine land gourd. He was about to explode with his strongest attack, an attack that was even stronger than the Kiliakosm Primordial Dragon Lightning. He had comprehended the Emperor of Heaven's wrath himself. He had already begun to comprehend the Tao of the Emperor of Heaven. He was confident that this attack could destroy everything, kill the ancient, and destroy the demon domain. Even when Gu Chansha brewed the Emperor of Heaven's wrath, many forces were ready to make a move. The news of the demon race's large-scale counterattack spread quickly. In the desert, in the depths of the vast desert, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of oases were built. If someone were to look from high up in the sky, they would see that the desert, which was filled with yellow sand, was actually starting to glow with vitality bit by bit. Some places were starting to turn green, as if there was a mighty power transforming the entire desert, turning it into a true green wasteland. In the desert, the only empire was the Holy Sama Empire, and the only leader of the Holy Sama Empire was Jing Xiu. Jing Xiu had opposed Gu Chansha time and time again, but he was still alive and well. It was really a miracle. Great news! Great news! In the Holy Sama Empire's enormous temple, Jing Xiu and Jing Fanxing were discussing some matters. At that moment, an elder of the Jing clan walked in, his face full of joy. Clan leader, great news! Are the demons gathering again to prepare for a second attack? Jing Xiu seemed to have known all along. Clan leader, the Jing clan elder was instantly shocked. Leave, said Jing Xiu, waving his hand. The elder didn't dare say anything else and obediently left. Clan leader, the demons are attacking again. This is our best chance. Jing Fanxing raised his head. The Celestial Communist Bureau's Gu Chansha has been arrogant for so long. Finally, he's met his retribution. As of this moment, Jing Fanxing had a profound air about him and was completely different from the frivolous and impetuous person he had been in the past. After experiencing 2 tribulations, he had gained enlightenment, and now he had an enigmatic aura about him. Furthermore, there was something special about his power that made him seem even more powerful than some of the old-timers. Jing Xiu was already at the Tao realm 36 transformations. He was at the peak of embodiment transformation, and his body actually had the aura of an endless treasure. Jing Xiu was indeed the reincarnation of an endless treasure. In the past, Gu Chensha had already deduced that Jing Xiu and Fa Wuxian were both reincarnations of an endless treasure. However, a series of things caused him to only capture Fa Wuxian and steal the endless umbrella. He had no time to search for Jing Xiu, allowing Jing Xiu to escape. But now, it seemed like Jing Fanqing's identity was even more precious than Jing Xiu's. Fanqing, I didn't expect you to have such an identity. Jing Xiu looked at Jing Fanqing and said, "You were captured by Gu Chensha time and time again, and your talent and cultivation were stolen. You were also nurtured by Wan Xinshi, but Gu Chensha still stole you. You were like vegetables that Gu Chensha harvested time and time again. This was your training." Chapter 817. I'm still a few realms away from comprehending the true meaning of the endless river, breaking through the shackles and advancing. The power of the endless river is the most profound, long-lasting, vast, and enormous. I am the incarnation of the endless river, the reincarnation. This river is most suitable for me to manage the desolate desert. The desolate desert lacks water and life. It will take a long time to stimulate the life of the desolate desert. But with the endless river, I can slowly nourish it. In a few years, the population of my empire will expand and the environment will improve. Such merit is almost a righteous great Tao. If I gain the recognition of the heart of desolate, I will directly become a celestial lord. I might even be able to break through the heavenly lifespan and reach heavenly prime. At this time, a river appeared above Jing Qiu's head. The river was like a white snake, without beginning or end. It rumbled like the Milky Way. This was one of the 36 endless treasures, the endless river. Among the 36 endless treasures, the endless river was famous for its long-lasting power. It was not used to fight, but to stimulate life and nourish the various worlds. What a pity! I heard that the endless tree has fallen into the hands of that beast, Gu Chensha. What a pity. Jing Fanqing's eyes flashed. If the endless tree and the endless river work together, then we can govern the entire desolate desert and the holy Samar Empire much faster. Let's quickly get the recognition of the heart of desolate. Even if we get the recognition of the heart of desolate, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Actually, you have to be careful. Gu Chensha is not a benevolent and righteous person, and it might not be a good thing for him to keep you and me alive. He's just waiting for us to provoke the heart of desolate and come to take our leaks. Think about it. Now that the desolate desert has been conquered and many of the overseas countries of the desolate sea have completely submitted, even the eastern desolate immortal Tao has been taken in as subordinates. Only our desolate desert has not been disturbed. How could Gu Chensha be so kind? Jing Qiu said, "This person definitely wants to fatten us up before killing us. Then whoever kills us will die." Jing Fanqing couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. I've already cultivated to the sage level. With my own strength, I can fight with an Empyrean. I won't be killed by an Empyrean, and I can still escape. But if I were to face Gu Chensha, he could definitely kill me with a single palm strike. Although I am innocuous heavenly king, compared to Gu Chensha, I'm still far inferior. I even know that the grand burning heavenly king has already come into being. His cultivation is already at the heaven longevity realm, far above mine, but he was still beaten by Gu Chensha to the point of abandoning his armor and fleeing in panic, seeking refuge with the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Chensha. The urgent matter at hand is that only one person can contend against Gu Chensha, and that is the Emperor of Heaven. Where is the Emperor of Heaven? Jingqiu was moved. I've refined the myrtle imperial star, and I'm the reincarnation of the endless river. I could have gotten some clues, but compared to you, I'm afraid my position is still lacking. If in the future, the Emperor of Heaven appears and the heavenly court is established, you will be the heavenly king by the Emperor of Heaven's side, and I will just be one of the star gods. In the future, the Emperor of Heaven will have the Lord of the sun and moon as the heavenly master, commanding the stars. After him will be the 9 heavenly kings, and then the heavenly marquises formed by the 36 treasures, and then the star gods. In these days, Jing Fanqing had actually awakened the essence of an innocuous heavenly king. His knowledge gradually increased, and he came to know many things. In addition, the structure of the heavenly court is complex, and there are many immortal sages gathered. In the future, the heavenly court will be a great existence that truly unifies the countless universes, countless planes, and countless space-time. We are actually people of the heavenly court. Gu Chansha and the Celestial Pacification Department haven't actually appeared in the future. In other words, once the heavenly court is established, they will all die without a doubt, and not even a trace of history will be left behind. Jing Qiu said, but there are no signs of the Emperor of Heaven, and we don't know how to find him. We can only wait, Jing Fanqing said. Jing Fanqing said, wait for the Celestial Emperor to appear. The day the Celestial Emperor truly appears will be the day of the Celestial Emperors and Yong Chao's deaths. However, whoever kills Gu Qinsha will obtain great status and merit in the Celestial Court in the future. This is a great merit to the Heavenly Tao. At that time, not only will their strength increase to an inconceivable level, even the Celestial Emperor won't be able to deal with them easily. The future Heavenly Court. A smile appeared on Jing Qiu's face. It's a good thing that the Devil Calamity is gathering and poses a huge threat to the Celestial Pacification Department and the Yonko. We could take advantage of that. We need to be prepared to escape at any time, Jing Fanqing said. Ma Huang will always be a thorn in the side of the Imperial Court. We can't stay here for long, and my identity can't be revealed. Otherwise, some ill-intentioned old-timer will come to kill me, refine me, and steal my destiny. Then he'll become the new heavenly king and inherit my position as Myriad Tribulation's heavenly king. Not bad, Jing Fanqing. You really do understand your situation. Jing Qiu's expression suddenly flickered. Killing intent flashed across his face. The atmosphere changed. He actually wanted to kill Jing Fanqing. Jing Fanqing didn't seem to care at all. Clan head, he said coolly, do you want to devour me, take my destiny, and become the new heavenly king? Indeed, Jing Qiu's aura enveloped the entire hall. Fanqing, even if you reached the celestial longevity level, you still wouldn't be a match for Gu Qinsha. Haven't you seen the Grand Inferno, Heavenly King? He was forced into a corner by Gu Qinsha and ended up joining the Lord of the Sun and Moon. What good would that do to him? He will be devoured. I've been managing the Jing clan for a long time, and I can't let it all go to waste. I need to take advantage of this opportunity to refine you and take your destiny and cultivation base. That way, I can break through to the celestial level and use your destiny to offer it to Ma Huang. That way, I can gain the approval of the heart of Ma Huang and then refine it into my body. That way, I'll be able to surpass those old-timers and maybe even acquire the power of the Kiliacosm. That way, the Jing clan won't be destroyed. Jing Fanqing, you have great ambitions but little talent. Even if you're the reincarnation of the innocuous heavenly king, it won't do you any good. You'll be captured and refined by Gu Qinsha. Do you really think you can handle me, Jing Qiu? Jing Fanqing said coolly. Right now, you're only at the peak of the 36 transformations. You're a few levels higher than me. Even with the help of the Endless River, we'll still be evenly matched. I'm the innocuous heavenly king, and the nature of a heavenly king isn't something you can understand. Is that so? At this moment, Jing Qiu opened his mouth and spat. A yellow light appeared. The light changed slightly and appeared above Jing Fanqing's head. Then, it turned into a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was like a wasteland. The mighty power of the desolate desolation was crushing down. The desolate essence. It's the desolate desert origin. Jing Fanqing was shocked. You can actually use the desolate desert origin. He no longer had a calm expression on his face. That's right. You're too young, and the rest of the world is also too young. I was the first to contact everyone to rebel against the Yonko. Back then, the three celestial sovereigns were too cowardly to come out, scared out of their wits by Gu Taxian. Jing Xiu Fanqing seemed to be reprimanding a disappointing descendant. Jing Fanqing, you used to be a peerless genius of our Jing clan, but you've never achieved anything. Instead, you keep causing trouble and are controlled by others. I'm the innocuous heavenly king, but the unlucky heavenly king. Why don't you transfer your fate to me? All right, I won't say much. Die. At this point, Jing Fanqing knew the situation was dire. Before Jing Xiu, he was too inexperienced. Jing Xiu's craftiness was no less than that of the great spirit god. The Dharma saint had once commented on Jing Xiu's strength. Waves appeared on Jing Fanqing's body. Calamity waves. As the innocuous heavenly king, he was innately powerful. Innocuous myriad waves fist. Countless tribulations formed waves that were controlled by him, battering against Desolate's source energy. It's no use. Jing Xiu shook his head. I used the faith of the Holy Sama Empire to plant my roots in the desolate, just like the great spirit god did in Xian Prefecture. But in the end, he didn't succeed. The Celestial Steadiness Department expelled the power of faith from Xian Prefecture, causing all his efforts to fail. But I'm different. My methods are even more brilliant than the great spirit gods. I chose the desolate, not a place like the Central Divine Prefecture. The great spirit god used crafty schemes, while I used the righteous path. I turned the desert into an oasis, using death to create life. That is the true principle, and naturally, the desolate will acknowledge it. The essence of the desolate will once again suppress it. Power of the Kiliacosm. You should be able to sense the aura of the innocuous heavenly king. Think about it. The innocuous heavenly king can't offer sacrifices to you right now, but I've stripped him of his destiny, so I can offer sacrifices to you. Right now, we're bound together for good or ill. Whether or not the desolate can rise and become a mighty existence second only to the Central Divine Prefecture is up to you. As Jing Xiu spoke, he kowtowed repeatedly. Rumble. The essence of the desolate seemed to be moved. All the wind and sand in the desolate stopped. Life was condensing, and in the end, endless sandworm runes were born and burrowed into Jing Fanqing's body. Jing Fanqing immediately felt as if all his power was being restrained by a mighty divine power. He roared in anger and tried to struggle, but it was to no avail. Jing Fanqing, don't struggle. If you don't struggle, I'll use less of the desolate's essence power. I can still preserve your memories and turn you back into a normal person. You'll still be a member of the Jing family. But if you struggle, you'll truly be destroyed, Jing Xiu said emotionlessly. I've updated my WeChat official account with a new chapter, Fist Suppresses Mountains and Rivers. Everyone can follow my WeChat official account. Log into WeChat and search for the official account, Dreaming of Divine Armaments. This site recommends pictures and videos of beautiful legs and stockings, youthful cheeks, and plump buttocks. Quickly follow WeChat official account. Mainvdo 1. Long press for 3 seconds to copy and watch online. Chapter 8:18. Jing Xiu had already completely seen through Jing Fanqing. He was the head of the Jing family and had watched Jing Fanqing grow step by step since he was young. Every time he encountered setbacks, he had never truly made a name for himself. Although it was said that after setbacks, Jing Fanqing would always be able to obtain new fortuitous encounters. But after obtaining new fortuitous encounters, before he could even unleash the power of these fortuitous encounters, he would once again be knocked into the abyss. It was such a cycle. Jing Xiu wanted to see if Jing Fanqing could still recover after stripping him of all his cultivation, fate, and essence. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Jing Fanqing was the reincarnation of the invincible Heavenly King. In the future Heavenly Court, the invincible Heavenly King was one of the 9 Heavenly Kings, second only to the Master of the Sun and Moon and the Emperor of Heaven. If Jing Fanqing couldn't even hold on to such a lofty position, he would definitely not be able to recover after falling. Jing Fanqing, don't struggle pointlessly. Your mind isn't even a tenth as deep as mine. I've already calculated all of your counterattacks. Right now, I'm not going to make a move, but once I do, I'll take your life. Jing Xiu's expression kept changing. Your IQ isn't high enough, your wisdom is shallow, and the key is that you're too ambitious. If I were you, I would immediately hide after awakening the innocuous Heavenly King source, and only come out when I have enough strength. There are very few people who can divine you this way. However, you covet the control of the Holy Sama Empire and attempt to replace me to obtain faith. This way, your cultivation will be extremely fast, and you can even obtain the heart of the desolate desert, right? Actually, even if I don't plot against you, you will soon plot against me in the future. I'm just taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. These words struck a chord in Jing Fanqing's heart. Indeed, Jing Fanqing wanted to seize the management of the Holy Sama Empire. In fact, Jing Xiu had been operating in the desert for 100 years, and his faith had gradually seeped into the depths of the desert. If Jing Fanqing took over Jing Xiu's business, he could grow to an extremely high level in just a few short years. The Grand Inferno Heavenly King Xiaoyan, who is also known as Inferno World, had awakened 30 years earlier than Jing Fanqing. Then, he managed an enormous country with hundreds of billions of people. After 30 years of accumulation, he had finally cultivated to the heavenly longevity realm. Jing Fanqing didn't have this kind of foundation, so he had to take another path. Unfortunately, Jing Xiu would not give him this opportunity. The power of desolation pressed down from all directions, seeping into Jing Fanqing's body and gradually stripping strands of innate Heavenly King origin from his body. This Heavenly King source continuously squirmed about, the color even deeper than primal chaos. It seemed to be pure, but it also seemed to be full of all types of symbols, impossible to tell if it was clear or turbid. This was the Heavenly King source. This is the essence of a Heavenly King. The best thing is now mine. Jing Fanqing, you're not the real Heavenly King. I'm the future Heavenly King. Jing Xiu swallowed the source energy in one gulp. After that, his cultivation rose steadily, seemingly on the verge of breaking through. The path of divergent isn't a bottleneck. Heavenly King authority, the future overlord. Jing Xiu swallowed the Heavenly King source in big mouthfuls. The Heavenly King source melted in his body, causing him to break some kind of shackles and reach an unprecedented realm. Hung Long, he had comprehended the divergent. Moreover, the world energy in his body continued to transform. The Tao Realm 36 embodiment transformation power transformed into Heavenly Sovereign power. He was actually trying to break through to Heavenly Sovereign just like that. Jing Xiu's strength rose, and he absorbed more and more of the Heavenly King source. Jing Fanqing became weaker and weaker. After a few hours, all of Jing Fanqing's Heavenly King source, fate energy, and even some future changes were all absorbed by Jing Xiu. Jing Xiu finally became an Heavenly Sovereign. Jing Fanqing didn't die, but he became a normal person once more. From someone who could fight with Heavenly Sovereigns, someone who couldn't even kill Heavenly Sovereigns, he became a normal person. He had worked hard for so many years, and now he was back to square one. Why? Jing Fanqing seemed to have gone mad. He shouted out loud, Jing Xiu, if you have the ability, then kill me. I have nothing and have become a normal person again. I might as well just die. Jing Fanqing, this is a good thing for you. You have become a normal person once more, and you can start from scratch. You don't lack resources or cultivation techniques. As long as you don't die, You will definitely become an expert in the future. Why do you have to give up on yourself? Jing Qiu smiled. You stay here now. I will give you some medicinal pills to replenish your energy. You have so many tribulations experience. Cultivating again is extremely fast. So what if you lose the innocuous heavenly king's origin? Jing Fanxing hugged his head and curled up in a corner of the hall. His heart seemed to have died. Not to mention him, even if it was someone else, after experiencing so many blows from the peak to the bottom, they would not be able to bear it. In the end, there were even people who committed suicide. Seeing Jing Fanxing like this, Jing Qiu shook his head and didn't care about him. Instead, he slowly digested all the heavenly king source in his body. He was a heavenly sovereign now, so he digested it very quickly. The heavenly king source could help him break through layers and layers of limits. His cultivation comprehension was dozens of times better than Jing Fanxing's. Boundless power wrapped around his body, and he stood up. He bowed to Mo Huang. Mighty Mo Huang, we have fused into one. I have obtained the essence of a heavenly king, and in the future, I will dominate all worlds. I will be a supreme existence. Now, I will sincerely worship you. Let's radiate life together. I will make the entire Mo Huang full of life. From now on, Mo Huang will be me, and I will be Mo Huang. As you wish. A vast will poured into his body. Jing Qiu had finally obtained the recognition of the heart of desolation that he had yearned for. His heavenly sovereign Tao was immediately perfected, and the aura of heavenly longevity was born. He was both a heavenly sovereign and the reincarnation of a peerless treasure. He had also devoured the heavenly king source of innocuous heavenly king. With the status and destiny of a heavenly king as a sacrifice to the heart of desolation, how much benefit would Mo Huang himself gain? It was simply immeasurable. He had managed the heart of desolation for a century. There were oases everywhere in the desert, and Jing Qiu had gained great merit. Now, he had obtained true recognition. In other words, he was the Lord of Desolation. In the past, the Dharma saint had wanted to become the Lord of Desolation. He had worked for a long time, but he had not succeeded. But now, Jing Qiu had succeeded. His patience and perseverance had been rewarded. The Central Divine Prefecture was surrounded by the four wilds: the wildlands, the desolate desert, the eastern wastelands, and the sea wastelands. Each continent contained endless mysteries. In essence, the four wastelands were all great thousand worlds. They were existences that surpassed the Xianwang Great Thousand World, the Central Great Thousand World, the Saha Great Thousand World, and the Jambu Great Thousand World. Jing Qiu had obtained the recognition of desolation. His cultivation had reached the peak of heavenly sovereign, and he would soon step into the heavenly longevity realm. Along with desolation's protection, he had formed his own faction. In this chaotic world, he would be able to obtain a great sense of security. It's a pity that my empire isn't big, and the population isn't big either. There aren't many oases either, and I only occupy less than 1/10,000th of desolation. If I can turn desolation into oases, my strength will probably increase by several times. It wouldn't be strange for me to break through to the heavenly longevity realm. I'm just a hair away, but in the next few months, I'll consolidate my cultivation and break through to the heavenly longevity realm. After all, I'm the innocuous heavenly king. As for Jing Fanxing, Jing Qiu slowly finished. Don't kill him. You can even raise him. With my current strength, I can raise him to become someone with 20 Dao realm transformations. Maybe he'll have a fortuitous encounter in the future. I feel like there's still a lot to be squeezed out of him. This time, Jing Qiu was very satisfied. His cultivation had increased greatly, and he had even obtained the heart of desolation. Although he couldn't fully control it, he had the power of 1,000 worlds. He was much stronger than the Dharma saint. Even old antiques like one Senshi couldn't do anything to him. His identity was now the innocuous heavenly king. What I need to do next is very simple. I need to find the other heavenly kings. 2 of the 9 heavenly kings have already appeared. I'm one, and the great burning heavenly king Xiao Yin is another. The others haven't appeared yet, so I need to find them one by one and devour them. Jing Xiu immediately made a plan. I have desolation in hand, and I can use its power. This is the supreme power of 1,000 worlds. It's not impossible to suppress the great burning heavenly king, much less the other reincarnations. If I devour the 9 heavenly sovereigns and gather them in my body, what kind of realm will I reach? More importantly, this isn't wishful thinking. It really exists. I'll devour the innocuous heavenly king right now. This is the darkest era before the chaos era. The situation is chaotic, and there's no order. Anything can happen. This is the worst era, but also the best era. In this era, I can use my schemes and talents to my heart's content. This time, the demon calamity is the demon race's counterattack, so the calming immortal department will definitely have to handle it carefully. They won't have time to worry about me, and I can do many things calmly. If I find the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and devour it, then I'm afraid I'll be the leader in the future. Jing Xiu's eyes pierce through time and space, landing on the divine central continent. Originally, the sky above the divine central continent seemed to be covered by an invisible net. Even saints and heavenly sovereigns couldn't clearly see what was going on in the divine central continent. This was the calming immortal department's arrangement to prevent spies. Otherwise, any expert could see everything in the divine central continent across endless space and time. Wouldn't that be chaos? It wouldn't be able to display the majesty of the Yonko. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.